glad to have you with me. I am a little bit behind schedule, but that is because I have been prepping for today's podcast launch. So the Danny Coach Show podcast is relaunching today. You will be able to go wherever your favorite podcasting platform is and take a listen. So be looking for it this evening. And because I was working out some of the things. Good morning, Sarah. What's up? How are you? Glad to see everybody making your way in here. It has been a full morning for this chick already. Good morning, Mel Gray. What's up, No No? Good morning. Hey, Ada. What's up, Courage to Walk? Good to see you. Folks, if you are watching me anywhere other than TikTok, please make sure that you say hi in the chat. Ooh, I have something going on over here that I need to make sure I fix. Dang, that's not good. I'll figure that out later. Let's see if it fixes itself or not. Thanks, Carla. I actually did something to it, half, sort of. Like I combed it like usual, but I bumped it a little bit in the front, just trying to kind of fix it up a smidge. Good morning, Preston. All right, so Substackers, sorry, I added you late. Never mind. I have to put like a streaming key in, and I did do that, but then I didn't save it, and so it didn't go live, and then I noticed you weren't live, so I added you live. So, folks, if you're watching me anywhere other than TikTok, please say hi because I don't get to see when you join. Hello, everybody on the Tick of the Talk. What's up, Ramona? And me too. Thanks, Veronica. What's up, Chris? Blue Honey Pod, Christine, Amy, everybody. Good to see you. Which, nice to see you guys. I don't know about you all. I'm feeling better the last 2 days. It's also because I'm taking time in the morning to get my own time in, my own practice in. Good morning, Tech Lady. What's up, Cassie? Good morning, Michael. Good to see you. So glad to see you guys popping up in here so that we can get this thing rocking and rolling. So Mama's going to get the kiddos off the bus today, which means I'm going to go probably a little bit longer because I also started later. And then I'm going to get the podcast episode recorded, all of those things, uploaded and pushed out. And so you'll be able to listen to the first episode. Thank you, Candy Kiss. Appreciate that. Yeah, so lots to talk about today, and I'm not even sure exactly where I want to start because I've been doing so many different things and checking out a couple of different things. So we're gonna do a news recap. Thanks for boosting, Jamie. We're gonna do a news recap this morning. I think it's important just to kind of keep our finger on the pulse of all the things. Good morning, New World Mama on the tube of you. Good to see you. Good morning, Alyssa. And then not to beat a dead horse, right? But to beat a dead horse. Thanks, Candy. I'm going to be wanting to talk about policy. We got 92 days until the midterms, right? Good morning, Cheryl. Now, that doesn't mean I won't talk about anything else, right? We can absolutely talk about all of the other places of intersectionality that impact how people might be voting. What's up, Jay Nice, right? So if you want to have some conversation about racism in this country, we can do that. And if you want to have conversations about the LGBTQ community, we can do that. We can, if you want to talk about, we're going to talk about Todd Blanche. We're going to do that. But if you want to talk about Israel and Iran and Gaza / Palestine, we can do all of those things. I just want all of our conversations to come back to the midterms are in 92 days. How are you voting? Who are you voting for? Why are you voting? What matters to you about your vote? All of that. So that's going to be the focus for 92 days straight. And we're gonna do what we do. So let me get some of this stuff pulled up really quickly. And I have an update. So do you all remember last week when we talked about court documents and a post had, good morning, Jen Yaya, and a post that had been put up by the ICE Health Services team earlier this year, I believe in February or March. Appreciate you, Tech Lady. Good morning, B Action. And remember where we were talking about there was evidence that for at least one individual in ICE custody, that there was evidence that they had been force fed. Do you remember that? So there's some update and some new information regarding that, and we're going to talk about it because that number has now jumped from 1 to 10, and we're going to talk about that today. So yeah, that comes under the heading of immigration, folks. We're going to talk about that today. I also want to look. Oof. Good morning, blessed and grateful. What's up, Cheryl? All right, so let me pull this up really quickly. Do I even want this? Yeah, so here's the thing. I just want to say this though. Todd Blanche has not been confirmed, right? He's agreed to rescind the $1.8 billion anti-weaponization fund in order to try to get himself confirmed. Doesn't mean he's going to get confirmed, and we'll kind of see where that goes. Dad, I think you were in here yesterday or the day before. Why don't you join the panel? Like you said, vote red if you love America. I happen to think that if you love the United States of America, you should not be voting for Republicans right now or the GOP. And I'd like to discuss why you feel the way you do and share with you why I feel the way I do, because I think it's relevant, right? I think it's important for us to talk about these things and share our thought processes, right? So, Dad, why don't you do that? What's up, Big Daddy D? Good to see you. I don't know yet, sunflower fish. That's just what happened like in the last 9 to 10 hours. So, Dad, it looks like you're a real person, right? It says you have almost 4,000 followers. You're following almost 3,000 people. You look like you're a real account. I would love to have you join the panel so that we can have a conversation and an exchange of ideas and information. And he does know not to write in all caps. Yes, he does know that. So, Dad, I did send you an invitation, so hopefully you will accept. So let me just say this, folks. If you are an individual that comes into my chat and you have something to say, I'm so good with that. If you want to say vote Republican, if you want to say I love Donald Trump, if you want to say I think progressives are crazy, any of those things is fine with me. There's an echo. Ooh, I don't know what to do about that. Did it go away, Letty? Did it go away, Letty? There's a echo over there on that side of the world on Facebook and Substack. Is there an echo on YouTube too? It went away. Love that for us. Whoop whoop. Okay. All right. So here's what I was saying. No. She was saying it over there on the other side. It's not over here. Good morning, Jeff. Good to see you. So actually, you still hear it, girl. I don't know what to do about that. Give me a second. Let me just see if I can take something out. And let me make sure that I close anything else that was open that might have been, because I was 100% working in getting the podcast stuff. Yeah, we're talking about it. Good morning, Blank Man. Okay, so listen, let me say this again. If you are someone that disagrees with me, I am so game for that. Matter of fact, I would love to have a conversation with you. If you, however, get in this app and you get on the chat and you have things to say and you refuse to actually get on the panel to have a discussion, it's gonna make me not take you seriously. It really puts me in the mindset that you don't mean what you say. You're only here to troll or distract, and that maybe you don't even believe what you're saying. And for me, here's the important thing. You can disagree with me. I just hope that you're not just running around the internet saying whatever you want to say, and not really meaning it. I mean, at least have some integrity and believe the things that you're spouting. You don't hear an echo. Thank you, Jamie. Appreciate you for checking. By the way, can somebody grab the link that I put into the chat that you can see on YouTube and on Twitch, and put that link also in Facebook. So the link that you see on in the chat on YouTube and Facebook and Twitch, that link is how you can actually join the panel on the other platforms, right? So I love it when my TikTok folks, good morning, Cam. I love it when my TikTokers join, right? Good morning, Illinois. I also love it when people from other panels join as well. So for those of you who do not know, we are live right now on TikTok, on Twitch, on YouTube, on Facebook, and on Substack. I think the only place I'm not live this morning is IG. So feel free to utilize the little request box on TikTok, the little blue and pink people down at the bottom, or the link over here on the other platform, so that we can have a conversation. Okay, feel free to do that. I don't know what I just did to my hair, but it's okay. All right. So good morning, Juan. Good to see you. Okay, so things that we are definitely going to have a conversation about today. We have to talk about. Thank you, Amy. Whoop, whoop. Wait, no. That's the link to the live. There's a link in the chat on YouTube that says studio.restream.io, and it gives you like the thing to join. Amy, do you know what I'm talking about? Hey, Michelle, good to see you. That's the link that I want put in the Facebook chat, not the YouTube link to the YouTube live, but the link to join the panel that's in the chat on YouTube. Hopefully that just made sense, y'all. It's a lot. Okay, so things that we are going to talk about today. So if you're going to be here, please do me a favor. Make sure that you give your daily heart me on TikTok. Make sure that you like and share the live. Make sure that you collect your points after you do your daily heart me. All of those different types of things. Okay, it doesn't let you. That sucks. Thank you, Amy, for letting me know. And I will hobble. I need to open up a different thing for Facebook real quick and put that information over there. So today I have listed a couple of things. So this is called People, Policy, and the President. And I don't really want to talk about the president so much as I want to talk about the impact of the president on people and on policy. It's the same everywhere, Renee, the Dani Cook. Join the panel using this link. Boop. There we go. All right, folks, it is there on Facebook in the chat as well. Okay, so you have the ability to join the platform on all the places. Okay, what up there, Frozo? Good to see you. Okay, so I'm back. Okay, so let's talk for just a moment. So we have been talking a lot about things that are happening in ICE detention centers, and how we feel about that, especially as we, living the dream, as we get ready to prepare for these midterms. And it's incredibly important that we talk about that. Hope your eye appointment goes well. And so we're going to talk. So last week, I shared with you all that paperwork had been obtained to after a what am I going to say? So after the ICE Health Service posted their, like they do a little newsletter or a posting on their website every month, they had posted in February information that indicated that an individual that is a detainee that is on a hunger strike had been force fed. And for you all who do not know, force feeding is considered torture, right? Not only was it force feeding, but it was forced catheterization. It was involuntary blood draws, all of those types of things. And at that time, all it said was that this was most likely, they had evidence that this had occurred for one person. So now there's new information that has come out through court records that were obtained and reviewed by the Guardian. And so again, this is forced feeding, intravenous forced hydration, in other words, IVs, and involuntary blood draws. And so we're going to talk about that because it is now in these court documents are showing that this has been done for at least 10 hunger strikers in detention. How old does the Guardian get stuff when those records are sealed and nobody sees them? Why do you think the records are sealed? Yeah, Lucid, about 15 minutes ago. I'm asking you, why do you think that they are sealed? So to be clear, the ICE Health Service actually put this information on their website at first in February of this year. So give me 1 second. And the reason why I don't think what you're saying is accurate in all cases is, for example, I have all of the court documents for Kilmar Abrego Garcia's cases, right? And it's not so like I also have had immigration lawyers on here as well, and so that's never been something that that I've heard. So it's not universally sealed. Most standard removal and deportation proceedings are part of public record for the parties involved, especially. And then some things you have to make a motion to have things sealed, right? And so these are court documents that have been filed regarding these particular cases, right? No. I mean, you can think that, Shay, but you're not accurate. So, well, I'm not going to argue with you. I'm just not. Yeah, they're not universally sealed. Okay, great. All right, so I'm gonna give you the information so that you have it. Give me 1 second. Yeah. You can actually because you know this happened in 2021 as well. Just so we're clear, this wasn't the first time. Give me a second. Also in 2018, like this is a thing, and so typically what happens is they have to. 2017, it looks like the ACLU filed a court case against DHS back in 2017, also for this same type of behavior that was happening. So this isn't something that like it would be great like if you just didn't say things that weren't true, because it's not like what you just said isn't. It's not a thing. Okay. What's up, Tim? Hey, Irvette. I think I said hi to y'all, but in case I didn't, hello. All right, so let me give you and I don't care who you are. Everyone should be opposed to the United States government forcibly feeding and forcibly catheterizing people, forcibly doing hydration via IVs and involuntary blood draws. Like this should be something that happy birthday, Jay Bird. that all of us have an issue with. Sorry, give me a second, y'all. Holy jeez. Just saying, I almost choked. All right, so here we go. Homeland Security officials under the Trump administration have quietly attempted to subject at least 10 hunger strikers in U.S. immigration detention to involuntary medical procedures, including force feeding, a Guardian investigation has found. In 2025 and 2026, officials had definitely performed the procedures on at least 3 detained immigrants, and probably subjected 2 or more to the forced treatment, widely considered torture by human rights groups. The other 5 people gave in and broke their hunger strike at the last minute as force feeding procedures loomed. The government has not publicly acknowledged the practice of involuntary medical procedures on striking detainees, as the number of people detained by immigration the government has not publicly acknowledged the practice of involuntary medical procedures on striking detainees, as the number of people detained by ICE increases nationwide. Most people have gone on hunger strike in ICE detention centers to protest against conditions and demand resolutions to legal cases. The investigation, based on hundreds of pages of court records and interviews with multiple sources, reveal a clearer picture of the federal government's response to hunger strikes within secretive ICE facilities. In the cases reviewed by The Guardian, the involuntary procedures included force feeding, where medical staff coercively insert a tube through a hunger striker's nose and down their throat, and then pump in nutritional shakes, which is an agonizing and traumatizing procedures that experts say can cause significant harm to the nose, esophagus, and body organs. Other procedures included intravenous forced hydration, involuntary blood draws, and the collection of urine samples. In all cases, the DHS, which oversees ICE, requested necessary permission from courts for detention center guards to physically restrain hunger strikers. The Guardian investigation found one Kurdish asylum seeker and hunger striker detained at the privately run Port Isabel Service Processing Center in Los Fresnos, South Texas, was subjected to force feeding for nearly 8 months, beginning in May of 2025 and ending only when he was deported. I want to say that again. One Kurdish asylum seeker and hunger striker detained at the privately run Port Isabel Service Processing Center in Los Fresnos, South Texas, was subjected to force feeding for nearly 8 months, according to a series of filings in the Southern District of Texas federal court, beginning in May of 2025 and ending only when he was deported. Another hunger striker at the same facility was subjected to involuntary medical procedures, including force feeding for nearly 6 months between September of 2025 and March of 2026. Filings in the same court show. Someone detained at the Chrome Service Processing Center in Miami, a privately run ICE jail, was subjected to forced medical procedures for nearly 3 months. Filings in the Southern District of Florida federal court show. DHS seemingly began the forced practices 3 days before Trump's 2025 inauguration for a second term, and then continued. 2 other hunger strikers, one at the Northwest ICE Processing Center in Washington State and another inside the Montgomery Processing Center on the outskirts of Houston, Texas, were probably subjected to forced medical procedures, according to filings in the Western District of Washington and in the Southern District of Texas federal courts. In at least 5 cases, hunger strikers detained in Texas, Arizona, and Florida ended their hunger strike right before officials began with the forced medical procedures. Filings in the Southern District of Texas, District of Arizona, and Southern District of Florida federal courts show. So Salami, if let me just go ahead and, because I don't like your name. That's just nasty. So you're blocked. And I want to talk about this too in a second. Let me see. So let me just say this. I'm just going to introduce this really quickly. George, oh my God, what's his name? What's his name? George Lopez. George Lopez. I saw him. Good morning, Jeff. I saw George Lopez talk about Mark Walter. Mark Walter is a part owner in the Lakers and a part owner in the Dodgers. And his investment firm, Guggenheim Partners, held a multi-million-dollar stake in the GEO Group, which is a private prison corporation that operates ICE detention centers. Because of the controversy that happened when that information got out, the GEO Group, the Guggenheim Partners, completely divested from the GEO Group by the end of 2026. But just so that we know, so Mark Walter is the CEO of Guggenheim Partners. And at the time, they held over $12 million in shares of the GEO Group. And when people like George Lopez criticized him and said they were done with the Lakers and the Dodgers, their financial holdings decreased through late 2025, and then reporting confirmed that the firm held 0 shares by March of 2026. I just wanted to give you that piece of information. Yeah, so Dee, if you want to discuss it, I would love for you to join the panel. There's a link that's right there in the chat. I'm Dee Mathis. I would love to talk to you about your chat, your comment. So Dee is saying the liberals are going to end up with socialist. I don't really know what you're trying to communicate there. But I'm going to tell you what Dee said. Dee said the liberals are going to end up with socialist, not plural, but shows with socialist, and they hate America. God protect our country. I would love to talk to you about that, Dee. Like seriously, sincerely, let's have a conversation about what you believe about liberals and socialists, and why you would think that socialists hate America. And one of the reasons why I would love, hey, Dr. Emmy, one of the reasons why I would love to have that conversation is I think that one could reasonably argue that it's capitalists that hate the United States of America, because it is vulture capitalism and extreme capitalism that is tearing the country apart, right? It's not socialists right now that have torn up our healthcare system or have our infrastructure like torn all to pieces. It's not socialists right now that have compromised the Supreme Court and Congress. It's not socialists that are literally voting for and funding a genocide, right, in Gaza. That's not what socialists are doing. So it's not socialists that took money away from the Department of Education and then farmed out the job of the Department of Education to the Department of Labor, where our children are supposed to get free, amazing, incredible education. Those aren't things that socialists are doing. Socialists don't have a for-profit prison system, that's perpetrating, violating human rights and things like that. So let's have a conversation about socialists and liberals and the country. I would love to do that, Dee. Like seriously. Yes, leads 100%. Yeah, I don't know that she knows. So give me 1 second to finish this, and I'm going to bring some folks up to the panel. I would just want to finish this first little segment on what is happening, what has happened within DHS and ICE detention centers, okay? Okay, here we go. I'm picking up where I left off. In 6 cases reviewed by The Guardian, detained immigrants did not have any legal representation during the court proceedings granting the involuntary medical procedures. The DHS and ICE have conducted these procedures throughout the years, regardless of which, and this is important, I really want you all to hear this, regardless of which presidential administration is in power. In 2024, under Joe Biden, The Guardian found that DHS attempted to subject at least 10 hunger strikers in ICE detention to forced medical treatment. It definitely proceeded with at least 2 people and probably subjected at least 4 more people to them. However, since the return of Trump to the White House and the dramatic increase in immigration arrests and detention, medical experts and advocates worry more hunger strikes will occur and strikers will be subjected to the practices. it's really important that people understand that this is something that has happened in 2017, in 2021, in 2024, in 2025, and now in 2026. And so the ACLU did a report on this. They reviewed over 10,000 documents that were obtained through a FOIA request. And they did a report June 22nd of 2021. So I think, this is something that if you are interested in understanding the abuse and the retaliation against hunger strikers that happens when people are in ICE custody, this is a great report. And what I will do for you, I will add it to my link tree right now as we speak. How about that? So give me a second. Good morning, Gumps. Yeah, you're welcome. Dee, did you decide if you wanted to join the panel or not? Because I really sincerely hope that you do. Like for reals. Give me 1 second. Un momento. While I add. This is going into the newest section of ICE documents. If you've been in my link tree, you know that there's already another section of ICE documents and immigration documents, including all of the things on Kilmer, Abrego, Garcia, and more. But this is new. And so there's a new section that I put towards the top of my link tree. So give it 1 second. And I'm going to put this one. No, it's not a digital product. Thank you very much. It's just a link. I don't want that. Please. Hold on, y'all. It's a link. And that's what I want. What I want. Thank you. Try to set up a good morning, David and Sarah and Jersey Joe. I appreciate all of you guys with the likes and all of that, but I'm trying to add this in real time so that you all don't miss it. Okay. ICE report, ICE abuse report. Let me do that. ACLU, and this one is 2021. And I will add the most recent article from The Guardian as well so that you guys have it. So that you can read it and share it and reference it and then cross-check and all the things, right? I highly recommend that you do that. Almost done, folks. The link tree moves really slowly because it is full. And so it takes it a second to add everything, okay? What I'm going to do is I'm going to open up the panel now so that people can participate. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to remind you of the space that you are in. Okay? In this space, I only ask for 4 things. I ask that you be respectful. I ask that you do not use slurs of any kind. You use slurs and you will be muted and booted from my space. I don't get down like that. Okay? Third, don't spam my comments. In other words, you can say something. Just don't say it 5, 6, 7 times. Nobody wants to hear that. It's not productive or helpful to the conversation. And last but not least, don't type in all caps. And this one is really simple. I have folks in my community that have visual impairments. They have visual disabilities. So all caps are reserved for those individuals and my moderator. So be a decent human being. Be respectful of people with disabilities and don't use all caps. That's it, folks. Other than that, we can get on with it and start having a conversation. This looks really dark over here, and I don't know why. It's not as dark over here. It's actually super light over here, like way lighter than it should be, but we're just going to rock with it. I did not, Jay Bunky, I did not. All right, folks, when I bring you to the panel, do me a favor, put yourself on mute until I get to you, all right? Put yourself on mute until I get to you. Appreciate it. Let's get it on and popping. Where we on? What's up, Rudin? All right. Okay. I think we're good to go now. Okay. All right. Auntie D, good morning and how are you? Auntie D, did you know that you requested up? Auntie D, going once, going twice? I'm guessing not. All right. A's alerts. Good morning and how are you? I did, Linda. We had it pulled up yesterday to discuss it, and it's still pulled up today. We just did not get to it yesterday. Go ahead, Azalard.
Okay. I want to, when you say someone's being force fed, people don't understand what's that really all about when someone's force fed, especially for 8 months. That's crazy stuff.
Yeah.
That's real crazy.
So the way the court documents described it is they literally took a tube, inserted it in the nostril, in the nose, all the way down the esophagus, and then they force fed nutritional shakes.
Right, but there's more to that.
Yeah.
Because let me give. I don't want to go too graphic, but I'm gonna make an overview. You're in a gurney, some type of bed situation. You're restrained, hand and foot. Okay. Now, where's your body fluids going? You have to exit. That has to be captured. So the cat tube, that's painful and can cause infections. Okay? And if they don't do it, then that's bedwetting and stuff like that, incontinence. And then you have body sores, which is even worse. So people, this is some real hard stuff.
Yes. It's horrific.
You know?
Yeah. If the ACLU report that I put in the link tree, Azel, here's the little section that it has on the forced feeding via the nasogastric tube, the NG tube. It says a plastic tube is inserted through one of the nostrils and advanced to the back of the throat and the esophagus to the stomach. This can be a very painful procedure that causes gagging, skin and tissue irritation, and in rare cases, perforation of vital organs. The tube can also be misdirected and advanced into the airways instead of the esophagus, potentially causing serious infections. When officials insert an NG tube against a person's will, they typically must forcibly restrain the individual by staff or via mechanical restraints. So that's this part. The next one is forced hydration. Intravenous and PICC, which is a peripherally inserted central catheter lines, are the most common means of providing hydration and parenteral nutrition. In both procedures, soft tubes are inserted into a vein in the arm, leg, or neck via needles. The procedures can cause local pain and bleeding. They can cause damage to blood vessels and increase risk of infections and other complications. And then there's the forced urinary catheterizations. A tube is inserted into the urethra, and when cooperation or consent is not obtained, and these are forcibly, physical or chemical restraints have been used. Chemical restraints, regardless of whether a catheter is inserted. The risks include local injuries, pain, bleeding, infection, damage to the surrounding structures, including vital organs. So these are things that are happening in ICE detention centers, and they have existed before this administration. However, it looks like they have increased under this administration based on court documents. You want to go ahead, Azel?
Yeah, and the other piece is this is not a medical facility. This is garbage. If they feed trash and all that, you're not looking at an A1 type environment.
Right. Right. 100%.
This is something you want your parents to be in. So this is horrendous stuff. Sorry for the background.
That's
people
okay.
So,
it's really horrific, folks.
Yeah, and I don't know, like you said, 10 or so over time. Any one is worse. And then on top of that, they can't keep it in there for so long, they have to take it out and put a new one in. So they have to redo it all over again. This is not staying in there for long periods of time. So people are suffering on top of this.
Yep.
It's,
And this is the operation. So remember, I mentioned Geo Group. Geo Group is actually the private prison company that runs guard operations in two of the facilities where this is happening. And Geo Group referred all questions to ICE, and ICE did not respond.
so the other part, is there a lawsuit behind? No, they can't sue ICE because that's already put out there. You can't sue ICE officials.
Well, so when you talk about suing ICE officials, no. And so, like, you can sue the Department of Homeland Security because the Department of Homeland Security is who oversees ICE. So they're all lawsuits, like the ACLU has sued and different groups have sued, lawyers have sued. So you can, but you're suing DHS. The thing is that, remember, these folks are going through a court system and they're asking permission to do this to people. And so to me, there's something wrong with the system that says we're doing this. And so we don't know if they're asking in every case or not, but this is absolutely crazy. Yeah. So again, when people ask, like, how can we be okay funding the things that Israel is doing in Gaza and other places, and how can we, it's because, listen, many of the things that the United States of America criticizes other countries for and other people for, we are doing right here in this country. And we are doing in other countries, but we're the ones doing it. And I think it's really important that people understand we are talking about people that are being detained in the United States of America by the United States government, and they are being tortured rather than fixed conditions. Yeah.
Is there a time limit when, think of one person going in the system, how long do they stay in the system before they cross the threshold of saying, dude, we got somebody that shouldn't be in here versus somebody we have to deport? Because this is a money grab. You get what I'm saying? They want to keep them in there to get the money, but then what is the average time before they realize, oh, we got somebody that we shouldn't have, or we have to deport that person? Does anybody mark that?
So, I mean, this is my thing, is I don't know that, right, Jeff said the average is 27 to 55 days, but it's very subjective. Yeah, I mean, this guy, the other dude from Canada, he was there for 8 months until he was deported, right? So he was going to be deported, but he was still detained for 8 months prior to being deported.
You see, and that's the money grab.
Mm-hmm. So
right
I want to say it's more than just the money grab. I really want people to, so one of the things that I want us to start doing is I want us to start acknowledging the intersectionality, right? Is this extremely profitable for Geo Group and other organizations like theirs? 100%, right? It's not just a money grab though. And so one of the things I want us to do is to keep the humanity part of it. Hey, Sandra, because if we just say it's a money grab, we can lose the other pieces that make it so critically important for people to pay attention. Because, like, my concern is that if I just call it a money grab, then people are like, shit, they always stealing money. They always taking money. They're always doing this. Yeah, no, it's not just a money grab. It's a money grab. It's a human rights violation. It is infringing upon the rights of people, sometimes even citizens. It is the illegal detainment of people. It is the violation of our civil rights according to the Constitution, right? So and it's all of that and money, right? It's all of that and money. Zaridas V. Davis. Let me look. Whoops. So, Zabidas v. Davis is a court case that was decided in June of 2001. I tell you what I'll do is I'll take a look at it. I've got it pulled up. See you later, Mohammed Was. I'll pull it up, Jeff, and kind of give it a run through, and then we can talk about it. Excuse me, we can talk about it on tomorrow's live. I'm down for that. Love a good court case for reference. So let me, but here he is. What's up, Jeff?
Not too much. I was just gonna explain that one real quick, but if you want to do a deeper dive on that,
you can give a summary, and then we can do a deeper dive tomorrow. But you can give a summary.
Yeah, basically the net result of the case was that it limits amount of time that ICE can hold someone in detainment to a maximum of 6 months once a court has issued a final order of removal. So basically, once a court has said, "Hey, yeah, get rid of this guy," or gal, whoever it is, they have to have that deportation effected within 6 months of the date of that court order. Otherwise, they're required, per this precedent that was set in the Supreme Court, to release the detainee on a bond and go through that process over again. So anyone past 6 months past their order of removal, they're violating Supreme Court rulings to keep them in detainment. That's part of the reason why they're shuffling people around so much. They get lost in the system, and then they can't find them, and the clock resets.
Did you know? So one of the things that I found astounding is it wasn't until December of 2024 that the United States government actually tracked whether or not people showed up to like their hearings. Did you know that?
Yeah, it's been ridiculous how little oversight there is in the whole immigration system, and between that and the removal of all the judges and the lack of court infrastructure is just there's no one steering the ship.
Yeah. So
not effectively anyway.
Yeah. So the Government Accountability Office, that's the GAO, right? They put out a report, and we talked about this once before. That there was they just were relying on proxy data. There was no systemic tracking to be able to say, oh, this person has a court date. Oh, they showed up for court. Oh, they're this. Oh, they're that. It was just all kind of whatever. And so they actually talked about that that there needed to be something in place to be able to make that happen. And so this is all the way back in 2024. Now, let me just give you my thing about this, folks. If we were under siege by these violent, criminal, unauthorized immigrants, right? Do you not think we would have had a fucking tracking system to know that? Like, the very fact that it was so lax tells you how big of a problem it really wasn't. Right?
Right, and that lack of tracking is also how the people on the right are making that talking point of, they rescued 300,000 children from trafficking, and it's not. No. They were released to their sponsor homes, and there's no tracking after that. Correct. They just go and live their life.
Right, and we talked about this before. So not only are they released to their sponsor homes, right? But sometimes when they change sponsor homes, that doesn't get communicated back. Like, once it gets into like a state system and there's sponsor stuff on a state system, that information doesn't make it back to the federal. And so they're like, oh, they lost children. No, the fuck, they didn't lose children. And I really need to say this. If this was a government that cared about children, come on, y'all, we would have fully funded education. We would have free health care for our children. We would have
free school lunches.
We would have free school lunches. This is not a government that cares about children. It's just not.
Yeah. They care about increasing birth rates for the tax roll, and once you're born, it's your problem.
Exactly. That's legitimately it. They don't care about women. They don't care about children. Like it just is what it is, and we know that based on the policies that are happening in our systems that are set up. You can't be like, oh, I care about you because I located you in the data, but I vote against every single policy that would make your life better. What?
You're not a child. You're a future taxpayer and a future underpaid worker for the billionaires.
100%.
That's it.
Yes, 100%. And this is not difficult information to grasp. So, two things to take away from this information right here. Number one, we haven't had, good morning, we haven't had a tracking system on a federal level where everything like got reported back ever. The Government Accountability Office said this very thing in its report in December of 2024. So what does that tell you? It tells you that we are not under siege from these violent, crazy criminals. Because if we were, we'd have had a tracking system before now. And number two, we didn't lose 300,000 children. We don't have a fucking tracking system. So yeah, they're not lost, bro. They're just given to their sponsor homes. And sometimes they change from one sponsor home to another. And because there is no tracking system, you can't pinpoint exactly where they are. Doesn't mean they're lost though. They're just in a different system that doesn't talk back to the main system because it's not all connected together. That's not difficult to understand. Yeah, but thanks. Yeah.
No, and one thing to piggyback off what Azlar's was saying too, it just so that everyone's aware, the reason they're going to the courts to get these court orders to allow the force feeding and forced hydration and intubation and catheterization of people is because in the U.S. it's not illegal to do so. It is a violation of international law. However, the U.S. doesn't subscribe to the international law. It's also a violation of the UN Human Rights Court, as well as a couple other human rights. And the ACLU is also actively going against it. So you can't actually sue for violation of a hunger strike for force feeding. However, what you can do is document and prove inhumane and cruel treatment and secondary complications that arise, like say they, perforate your bowel tract with the catheter, or they, scrape your esophagus raw, or anything like that. Say that happens, you can sue for damages for that, but not for the initial cause. So the burden of proof is significantly lower.
Yeah. So I want people to understand something. The United States of America does not participate in the ICC. We have declined to subscribe to the International Criminal Court. We have said no. And I think it was one of the Bushes that was like, yeah, no, because then you might hold us accountable. I'm paraphrasing, but that's kind of what he said. And so, it's wild for us because we're fed this propaganda that we are so much better than all of these other places, and we don't do these horrific things that everybody else does. And yet there are dozens of other countries that subscribe to an authority that we choose not to because we don't want to be held accountable. Good morning, Georgia.
Exactly. The ICC and The Hague have been around since basically the Nuremberg era, and we have declined every time to be a signatory member. And if you think about it, go back to just 1950 and do the research. How many, CIA regime changes and black ops and things have happened in the last 80 years that we would have had to be accountable for had we been a signatory? That's the exact reason why we didn't, because it wouldn't allow us to do all the BS that we do.
100%. And by the way, if you're interested in some of those coups that the CIA attempted to do, they are in my link tree. So that you can have a
way
good
more than Operation Ajax.
Oh yeah, it's way more than Operation Ajax. There's quite a few. There's PB Success and Ajax, and I think one of the documents I have in there gives you at least like a dozen, 10 to 12 of them. And this is what's funny is when you look at the documents, because these are documents that have now been declassified by the CIA, but they tell you that they have been sanitized. That should tell you right there that although they are admitting their participation, this is the clean version. This is the digestible version that they are okay with putting out into the public realm. just so we're all clear. And listen, for the second time now, this administration, right, this is the stuff they're willing to let you see. This administration has also, once again, withdrawn us from the UN Human Rights Council. Now, if the United States of America is this beacon, I can't even say that with a straight fucking face. If the United States of America is this beacon, this pillar of exceptionalism, of what we should desire to be for the rest of the world, why in the absolute fuck would we leave the United Nations Human Rights Council? He withdrew us in June of 2018, and he withdrew us again in February of 2025.
Absolutely correct. You don't leave a board or a group that you're in disagreement with, because then you have no influence on the way their policy goes in the future. You leave a group when you don't want them monitoring your actions.
Correct. And this is the thing that I really want people to grasp this. I want you to justify for me, like, give me your take, right, on why the United States of America, the greatest country in the world, and I do that with massive air quotes, right? Why would the United States of America withdraw from the UN Human Rights Council? Why? Why would we do that, folks? Because we don't want to be monitored.
Because as much as we hate to admit it, we're a T organization too.
We are. And listen, and when I say that,
we just hate admitting it.
Yes. When people say that, it is, listen, when people talk about the United States of America, okay, and we say, listen, the United States of America commits acts of terrorism and we are a terrorist organization, that is not an unpatriotic thing to say. It is the most patriotic thing that you can say, because it demonstrates that you desire for the country that you are in, right, to be different, to be better, to be what we say that we are. And so listen, for all of y'all that, well, if you don't like it, you just leave. Well, how about fuck you and no, I won't, because this is my country. This is mine. And so I get to say, no, this is bullshit. And no, you don't get to do this. Right. They didn't leave under Biden or Obama, Jeff. Listen, they didn't leave under Obama.
Right? I get so many darn hate comments about the fact that my Facebook profile pic is a distress flag.
Oh,
and
yeah.
It's like, y'all don't remember when every darn Facebook profile, yeah, exactly. When every darn Facebook profile pic was the tree of life or the distress flag on the right when Obama and Biden were in office, you know, and the whole 86-47 thing, and they don't remember there's a whole line of books that's still on the interwebs for doing the same thing to Biden and Obama.
Yeah, 100%. And listen, here's my thing. I personally, this is just me as a person, I do not desire to see Donald Trump deceased. Like, that's not a thing that I sit around and go, oh, I can't wait for the day. I know that there are people who do, right? I will not mourn that day when it happens, right? Like, there's a difference. I'm not gonna mourn when it happened, and I'm not gonna celebrate it either, because that's a thing for me, right? Me as an individual, I don't want to be that person. I don't want to be that person that celebrates the demise or the deceased or the pain of someone else. Because to me, that's
right. This isn't about vengeance. It's about justice and progress.
Yes, 100%.
Go on and get out of office, live your best life, whatever. You don't matter. You're not relevant once you're out of the position of being able to screw things up.
Yes, and my thing is the only thing that I look for is accountability for the things that have been done from a legal standpoint, right? From a country standpoint. Other than that, I literally don't care. And I say this to people all the time. I don't know if you've heard me say this, Jeff, or not, but about a year ago, I started talking to people about how we should talk about the president. And I said that we should stop saying Trump. We should start saying the president of the United States. And we should say that all the time and all the things. You want to talk about something that he said? Don't say, oh, Trump said this. Why? Because he spent years on reality TV saying outlandish things, and people are used to it. People expect for him to say wild, crazy, wild things, right? So it diminishes the impact. But say the president of the United States said this, right? So say the president of the United States said it was a good and great thing that Mueller died, right? Say that.
Exactly. Bring the disrespect to the office so people actually, get the point.
Yes.
That's why I've stopped using his name in many instances, especially in writing. That's also why I stopped using the admittedly hilarious sometimes nicknames for him, and just refer to it as POTUS, because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter who's in the chair. It matters that the respect and dignity is upheld by whoever sits there.
Yes, because it's about the office. This is what people really need to understand. I still don't use his initials. And I'll tell you why I don't use his initials. Listen, you all, he signs all of his things DJT, bits for bytes. He signs it DJT. So he loves, listen, that man has told you he believes that just his name adds millions of dollars of value to buildings and everything else, right? So he loves to see his name, which is why I don't want to use it. I will use the president of the United States because that is the office that he represents. And what he does in that office is going to have a stench and a sting and a remnant and a stain, as a matter of fact, on that office for years and years and years and years and years to come.
Yeah, it's also a good idea to refer to the office of POTUS rather than a particular term name as well, especially when you're having discussions across the aisle, because then you can align things with the office of the president. You can attach things to the office of the president without a name involved. Mm-hmm. So they have to actually, whoever you're talking to, has to actually stop and digest and think so they can figure out who you're referring to before they just spout out an opinion or a random talking point that they've been spoon-fed. So they actually have to engage their brain cells to come up with a response that they actually think about.
100%. And so, like, this is the thing. I've been saying this for such a long time. If you guys have been with me, you know that I've said this. The president, y'all. Because here's the thing. If Donald Trump was not the president, I would give less than 0 fucks about him. Never watched him on reality TV. Never looked at him, admired him. Like, I literally couldn't care less. The only reason he's relevant is because he is the president of the United States of America. Good morning, Wasim. That's it. And so that has to be the conversation. And we have to start talking about the office of the presidency. The other thing that I really don't think that people understand, I want people to stop laughing when he falls asleep on TV. I want people to stop laughing when he doesn't remember that he gave Fauci an award. I want people to stop laughing about that. And the reason why is because the shit is not funny. That is the president of the United States of America, and world leaders all around the world are watching. If you do not think that is, and I'm just giving you my opinion, that is a national security risk. On prime fucking time TV, being watched all around the world. If you do not think that other countries that do not care for us, that do not like us, are watching our leadership and paying attention to what is happening, I'm telling you all, they see the ineptitude at every level. They watch Pete Hegseth fucking quote Pulp Fiction like it's the Bible. If you do not think that other world leaders realize that this is a fucking circus, right? You're wrong. And it is a national security risk. It's not funny. I think we laugh to keep from crying, but for fuck's sake, cry. And then cry and get angry. Because it
absolutely. It's like they hired the cabinet off the cast of Nickelodeon.
Yes. And this is my point, folks. It's not, and so this is, I think, the danger, Jeff. One of the things that I think makes him being president so dangerous, same thing as Ronald Reagan, is because he comes from entertainment, right? That's what people expect from him. There's not the same, it's not the same as watching a career professional individual, right, ascend to the highest office of the land. It's not the same.
Right? That's why he's so fixated on poll results. It's the equivalent of ratings for him.
Yes.
He doesn't care about what the policy is. He cares about how popular the whatever he tweets gets him.
Yes.
And that's not any kind of way to run a country, especially not if you're actually trying to run it with the intent of making it better for people.
100%. 100%. I mean, I know that it's embarrassing, y'all, but listen, get past the embarrassment. Embarrassment to me is like, look, I'm embarrassed if I fart in public. I'm embarrassed if I trip on the sidewalk and I look around to see if people are watching, right? Embarrassment is not an accurate enough explanation of how I feel about being in the United States of America under the current administration and the leadership. We literally have we have a secretary for the Department of Education who thought AI was A1 sauce, who does not know what DEIA is, what the IDEA law is. That should be fucking alarming to everyone. It really should.
Right. In addition to just the bad policy that's being espoused left and right by the administration, it's an OPSEC nightmare. There's no handle, no understanding of what national security means to these people that are being gifted, inside knowledge about all our state secrets, and they can't even keep themselves out of a darn group chat. I mean, we get embarrassed by it, but at the same time, think about could it in that group chat that wasn't and could have been leaked to everywhere.
So Jeff, I talk about this at length. So when I was in the military, my security clearance was TSSCI. So it was sensitive compartmental information. I worked in the SCIF. So I worked where all them damn documents that were sitting beside bathrooms and on stages at Mar-a-Lago could have been kept, right? And when I saw that signal chat, I almost lost my mind. I was like, you've got to be fucking kidding me. And they better be so glad. What was his name? Jeff, the editor from the Atlantic.
The reporter?
Yes.
Yeah.
They better be so glad that man, number one, loves his country.
That man was more of a patriot than anyone in the cabinet.
Yes, and he has integrity, because if he did not love us and if he did not have integrity, we would have been ass out, because that information could have been leaked anywhere, everywhere in like that amount of time.
Right? It was hours ahead of time. That could have been gifted to the people that we were bombing.
And they would have paid a shit ton of money for it.
Missiles.
And they would have paid a shit ton of money for it, right? Yes, they would.
Right?
And
yeah, no.
To give you an idea, folks, listen, Pete Hegseth on his best fucking day could not get a top secret security clearance if he was not appointed to the Secretary of Defense by this president. Well, how do I know? Because there were already allegations of sexual assault. There was an NDA with the girl. Listen, you do not get top secret security clearances. You do not get TSSCI clearance if you can be blackmailed, if you have any potential liabilities and vulnerabilities. Same thing for the president, which is why, call me crazy, Jeff, I believe that people that are running for offices for Congress and for the president, I believe they should have to go through background checks.
100%.
I do.
If they're getting that info, they should go through the same background check the military does.
And they don't, because they're elected.
It took me 7 months to get my TS, and it was over a phone bill. Like, That's how, for you guys that haven't had one before, that's how bad it is. They go back 10 to 20 years, depending on your clearance, and literally an unpaid phone bill from after you enlisted that isn't even yours anymore can put you in jeopardy. They don't play. And for them to just give that level of access to someone just because they got votes is a horrible breach of national security and something that needs to be adjusted. Absolutely.
100%. And so, Chief, just to remind you, Chief has said, just to remind everyone, Biden had secret files in the garage on the floor next to the car. Just to remind everybody, when Biden discovered them, he readily turned them over. He didn't hide them. He didn't ask his lawyers if he could pretend they weren't fucking there. He didn't put them on a plane and send them anywhere else. Just to remind you of that. So if you have never, and since none of us have ever been the president of the United States, I wouldn't hazard a guess as to how easy it could be to inadvertently have secret information or something get left in a place where it shouldn't be. I can't hazard a guess. Okay. What I will say is, because so did Mike Pence. Can we remember that? If you're going to talk about Joe Biden, then you must also talk about Mike Pence. And here's the difference. And here's the reason Mike Pence and Joe Biden are both different than the president of the United States. Because both of them, when they discovered that they had materials that were classified that they shouldn't, they turned them the fuck over immediately. That, my friends, is the difference. And a box is different than boxes. Very different.
Yeah, and he didn't go on national TV saying, hey, I meant to declassify those. We're going to declassify them retroactively.
Right.
No excuses. Oops,
right.
I messed up. Here we go.
And no, they weren't locked in a bathroom. No, they weren't locked in a bathroom. Now you're lying. They were also on stage in Mar-a-Lago, open access, where people could just walk through the ballroom. They were up there. They sure were.
And even if they were locked in, that's still a violation of OPSEC for SCIF-related files. That's not
100%.
an adequate storage facility for that.
100%. How would
Just
you
like when
add
they
the
were-
background checks to be mandatory? Easy. When people go to file their paperwork to run for office, as soon as they file that paperwork and they get their signatures to run for office, then that should be a process that is automatically generated when they go to run for federal office, period.
Yeah, for those of you that have never looked at running or any of that kind of thing, there is a pre-filing you have to do before you can even attempt to get on the primary, where months in advance you have to show a certain level of financial contributions to your cause. Now, they can in many states be self-funded, so that's why we get so many rich people in office. But you still have to show that money, and at the time where you file that, for example, in Florida, the filing date for me is April to get on the August primary. So I have to show contributions by April to get on the August primary. So in order to do that at the time of filing in April, that would be when you've expressed interest and like you've shown activity to get on a primary. At that point, that should at least begin the preliminary investigation. And if you don't win the primary, it stops.
Yep.
But if you win the primary, then they have a couple more months to close it out and dig into anything that's concerning that they dig up in the preliminary investigation. And they can grant the clearance if you win the vote. But at least the process has started, because it can take anywhere from 4 to 12 months for this process to complete if they're doing a thorough investigation.
Yeah. There are people
But
right
it's
now
not a
that
hard
have...
process to implement at all.
No, it's not. And this is my thing. There are people that have access to information right now that I would not like. I don't know. I wouldn't give them anything. Like you couldn't. I wouldn't let you read. If I had a diary, you couldn't read that. If I had I wouldn't give them access to anything. And it's really, really. Oh, listen, where you live, when you say school employees have to pass a background check, listen. To volunteer at my grandchildren's school, you must do a background check. Now, listen, those are not going to be the same thing as a check for a security clearance. They are not the same thing. Just to be clear.
And there's different levels to security clearances, guys, too. There's secret, top secret, SCIF. There's all different levels. And you can get cleared for a lower level in the interim and then continue to go on further investigation to get addendums to your clearance to upgrade it.
Yes.
So there's literally no reason why they can't do this other than no one wants to, because they're probably afraid of what they're going to find when they dig into half the people's backgrounds they're sitting in office.
Yes. I'm just saying, folks, when I think about this, and you all have heard me talk about this a lot, I think it's absolutely crazy and asinine that just because people are voted for, and here's my thing, right? It would be different if we knew that we had a system where there was transparency. We don't, y'all. We don't have a system that is transparent. And so we are compromised at every level. It is wild to me. When I think about the people, it is crazy that we have people that have investments in companies and countries and all of the things that we have. We are not. I just think there are people that I think about right now that I think about in Congress, or I think about that are in this administration, and I go, oh my God, no. Like, no, and fucking no. I wouldn't want you to have the coordinates to where I'm at. If I were serving in the military, I wouldn't want you to know our movements of the troops. I wouldn't trust you. I just don't trust you. Many of them, I believe, could be bought. That's my personal fucking opinion. I still want to know about the $10 million from Egypt in the first go around. I just do. Yeah. Let me ask you this. When I say $10 million from Egypt in a suitcase during the first Trump administration, does anyone not know what I'm talking about? Put a 1 in the chat if you don't know what I'm talking about when I say $10 million from Egypt. Because, there was, oh my God. Right. I'm just saying.
And even if you don't have the distrust level because they haven't shown anything out of the ordinary or whatever, there's still plenty of people in cabinet positions, in congressional committee positions, that you look at their resume, you look at their curriculum vitae and whatever, and you're like, how the heck are they on this committee? They have literally no practical experience in the subject matter.
Yes. Cute. Okay, so listen, you guys, there was $10 million that is alleged to have been routed to the 2016 campaign of the president. And there was actually a criminal investigation by the Justice Department into that particular action. And as the president of the United States, in 2019, that investigation was closed at the DOJ and did not get investigated any further. So it's really crazy. There was a cash withdrawal, and it's an organization that was linked to Egyptian intelligence, withdrew nearly $10 million from a state-run bank in Cairo days before his inauguration. And so the exploration was whether or not that $10 million, remember that there was a $10 million self-loan that Trump gave his campaign late in the race? The speculation was this was to repay that self-loan. That's the speculation.
And let me add this one point about security. The business summit had to do a live scan on people, okay? And that's a FBI and CIA, not FBI and something else, but it's national, okay? And what happened was one of the workers on the weekend got a DUI. Monday morning, I got a call from the state. Eject him. Eject him. Monday morning. So I call him up. I says, I didn't tell him. I just said, hey, what happened to you on the weekend? And he, come on, man, tell me. Oh, I had a DUI and I had to bail myself out. I says, well, you know what? That cost you your job. You can't come in no more. That's how rapid this stuff is.
Yeah,
And it's sad.
It's a big deal, y'all.
Yeah, no, you're 100% right, Hazel.
Keith, I got to get back to work, and it was a pleasure being up here. You guys, do my spot, come in and out when I can. Have a blessed day, everybody.
Yeah, you too. Appreciate you, Hazel. Yeah. So, like, when we talk about this stuff, okay, so listen, folks, I'm going to bring a couple of people up onto the panel. When I bring you on the panel, put yourself on mute until I get to you, please. That way we can kind of have a respectful discussion. All right. So, really quickly, folks. Barbie, did you mean to request that?
No, I didn't.
Okay, I got you. No worries. Okay, so Kilowatt, it looks like, I don't know, I accepted you, but you didn't come up. Folks, I asked for 4 things. I'm going to remind you of them since I'm bringing people up to the panel so that you know how to behave. So number 1, be respectful. 2, don't use slurs of any kind. I don't care what side of the aisle you're on, no slurs at all. Don't spam my comments. And don't type in all caps because I have folks that are vision impaired. All caps are reserved for those individuals and my mods. That's it. But when I talked about this stuff over the last 2 years, Jeff, there were people that were like, oh, you're just being so whatever. And I thought, you have no clue.
They really don't. Like when I was in and going through my AIT, so I joined as an Intel analyst with the foreign language notation on my file and anti-terrorism. So that was what I did. So obviously need secure clearance.
Yes.
Yeah, I was a 98 Golf. But losing that clearance would have put me at risk of being reclassed at the needs of the Army.
Yeah.
So what that means, folks, is I could have lost my Intel position in infantry. 11 Bravo, buddy. I probably would have ended up because they were doing AIT at the same facility that I was in for boots, so it probably would have been that. But at the same time, you don't get a choice.
No, you don't get it. So I don't know how old you are, but I reckon I'm older than you, right? So when I enlisted in 91, I was a 74 Charlie. So I was a telecommunications center operator. So, and I went in right out of high school. So it was easier for me to get my clearance because I hadn't done shit yet. Hadn't really lived. And, but so by the time I left AIT, I had my secret clearance. And that was at Gordon. And then my first duty station was Yongsan, Korea. And Jeff, I will never forget getting bussed out to Tango Mountain. So if you all don't know what Tango Mountain is, Tango Mountain in Korea is one of the few places believed to be able to withstand a nuclear boom boom. Okay. And so I would get bussed out an hour and a half to Tango Mountain. And then we would have to hike up the mountain because you got to go up it because the bus doesn't go all the way up to the top of the hill. Then you go through, you have South Korean military, right? Because we share bases with them. And so they would be there. You go through your checkpoints and all that good stuff, and you go down. And then I would have to go down into the mountain and down through the tunnels, literally inside a mountain, inside a skiff. And we had our shifts at that time where we did 24 hours on, 48 hours off, or whatever they were. Sometimes 24, just depended. But it was back in the days where when I describe this, people don't know what I'm talking about. But so this is how wise I am. I won't say old. This is how wise I am. So back in that day, in order to have our systems communicate to each other and have a secure connection, imagine like a roll of tickets, like when you go to a park or whatever, or a raffle, and they have like the little roll of tickets, and you have one side of the ticket you get to keep and the other they get to keep, y'all. So imagine that, but it's full of all these different patterns of holes, because that's how they talk to each other, like the scariest moment I ever had in my life, Jeff, was when we were off sync with somebody else, right? And we had to destroy one of those things. And like there's a whole process when you got to burn it, you got to sign a thing, you got to do a thing, and you got to like.
Yeah, it's like the old IBM time card punch cards.
Yes,
it's ridiculous.
when I got to Youngsong and they brought me in this office, imagine I'm 19. They bring me in this office and they sit me down with this paperwork in front of me. I will never forget being read on, right? When I got read on, and I was like, and when you read it, it's like literally like if you violate the things that it's $20,000, no, $200,000 fine for every occurrence it can be, and like 20 years in prison. I don't talk about
Leavenworth, not
yes,
not public prison.
It's Leavenworth. Listen, my little 19-year-old ass was scared like straight as an arrow. I wasn't talking about shit in the skiff.
Right? Like I said, I was scared that I was going to be an infantry person, so they don't play with those top secret clearances.
They don't.
My last orders were Weejongbu. My degree was in Korean.
Oh, nice.
So.
I wish now that I had. You don't know what you know when you agree. I agreed at 17. I turned 18, and then I shipped out like literally less than 3 months, at 2 months, 2.5 months after I turned 18. I was gone, and then I was at basic at Fort Jackson, AIT at Gordon, then Youngsong, and then back to Gordon, and then Alaska, all the things. I worked at Signal Towers when I went back to Gordon back then, but it hits different when you're somebody who's held a clearance and have a respect for what it takes to have a clearance, and how serious it is. Like your debt matters, whether you are bribable matters, whether you can be blackmailed matters, whether you are like, all of those things matter. You mean my decision to join, Bobby? No, I never regretted that.
Ditto.
Yeah, I never regretted my decision to join. As a matter of fact, coming from where I come from, without that experience and that travel and that exposure, I wouldn't be who I am now. So no, I don't ever regret it. It's not something that I would recommend for people, especially today, knowing the things that I know now. It's different. It's just different. Yeah.
It feels like it's a lot harder to maintain a personal level of integrity while you're in now than it was in years past.
Yeah.
Even looking at it through rose-colored glasses, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You just couldn't imagine being owned by someone. I don't think so. Like, I don't consider it being owned by someone. It's a different life. It is a service. So when you don't think of it as, oh, I'm owned by someone. You are serving your country.
Yeah, at least for me, like not so much now, I don't think, but at least when I went in, it was more like a vocation rather than a bought and purchased. There were perks to signing up, obviously, but it was more along the lines of like I would consider it like a calling, like to be a teacher or to be a priest or something to that effect, where you're not doing it for the money, because the money sucks, let me tell you.
100%.
You're not doing it for job satisfaction in most cases, because a lot of times the job sucks too. You're doing it because you believe in what you think you can be a part of. And that's really the only reason.
Nance, I don't know. I don't hear any background noise. We don't hear any background noise. You might want to try leaving and coming back. Does anybody else other than Nance on Facebook hear background noise? You might want to leave and come back, Nance, because there's no background noise over here. this is the other thing that I will say. So like my parents were in, right? Both my
mine too.
parents, yeah. So Nance, it's just you. I would leave and come back in. Thank you, Rosie, for letting me know. So my dad had two tours in Nam. My mom and my dad met at you'll get a kick out of this. My parents met at Walter Reed Army Medical Center. They were both in nursing school in 1963. And so they got married in DC in 64, 3 years before the Loving case ever happened, right? 63, 64, whatever. And so, but both my brothers were in, right? And so I have one brother. He's the only one of us. All of us were Army except my one brother, and he was blue green, which means he was Navy. And then when he got out of the Navy, then he went Army. So he was blue green. He did two branches. But when it's in the family like that, there's a different feeling about service. There's a different feeling. I agree with you, Jeff. It almost feels like a calling, like it's what you're meant to do. I think now, like I said, it's different. And maybe it was always this way and you just didn't know it. You know what I mean? Like the things that we know now about the things that we've done. I don't know. Nance, did you close out the app entirely? Like not just leave the live, but I would swipe entirely out of Facebook and then join Facebook back. That's what I would do. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
I think in my case, it was living with blinders on. I was young, just like you were.
yeah.
Not quite that young, but I was young. I was 22 when I went in, and you'll never believe this, but I was managing fast food restaurants at the time when I went in, and one of my employees joined up, and I brought him to take his ASVAB, and the recruiter just, suckered me into taking it because, I like a challenge.
Yeah.
I ended up joining to get a break from work.
Bro, I need you to make better
I was pulling
decisions.
80 to 100 hours a week. So yeah, like I said, probably with blinders on. But it was my dad was actually stationed at the base in California that they now use for off-post housing for where I went through my 2-year AIT.
Wow. So okay, so I want to ask you your thoughts
My
about
family
this.
story.
So I want to ask you your thoughts about this. So I have and it's been like a decade now that I've been talking about this, right? Because I like to think about potential solutions for issues that we have, right? So immigration. So one of the things that I have said is because we have bases all over this country that are closed, right? Some of them we sell back to the counties. But when bases close, it has a horrific impact on the communities surrounding the bases, right? There's a loss of all that revenue and that stimulation and the driver in the local economy. And so one of the things that I thought about, because when I look at realistic ways to maybe address people's concerns and handle things appropriately. What's up, King T'Challa? So this is my thought process, Jeff, is on a couple different levels. So of course we need more immigration judges, right? So one of the things that I thought was that we could offer student loan forgiveness for immigration, for attorneys, and who are willing to do immigration cases to kind of help get through the system. Same thing with judges and things like that, right? To kind of beef up the way that we get that due process part finished, done. The other part that I thought about is some of these military bases. When I think about a military base, there's barracks for single person housing. There's on post housing, right, where for families. There's oftentimes commissaries, which are your grocery stores. There are PXs, which are like your Walmarts, if you will. There's daycare centers. There's urgent. Yep. There's urgent cares. There's they're pretty all inclusive. They're like little towns in and of themselves, right?
For those that haven't served, you don't need to leave a post unless you want to. Everything you need is provided to you within the walls of the post.
Yes. And there's controlled access to the post, right? There's only like a couple of ways in and a couple of ways out, and there are guard units at the gates. So my thought process was, not only could we, when we give notice to peers, right, for folks that are going through the immigration process, why not house them at these facilities, right? Those individuals, because many of the people that are here, they go through they go through the process and they get a work permit, right? So they can work on post. They can work at the facility where they live. And if they wanted to get a job in the local community on the outside, they could do that, but they would have a work pass where they could come and go from post, right? So they would have the freedom. It's like a gated community, exactly. But they wouldn't be like in a detention facility of some kind. So you'd be able to track and keep keep up to date on their movements. You could also hire veterans. There are a lot of veterans that have difficulty transitioning from military life to civilian life. And so hiring those individuals to work on post, whether they are MPs, whether they're whatever, like being able to give them a sense of service, continued service, would be another benefit, right? And so that's always been one of my thought processes. Like, why are we not utilizing things that we already have? And it would stimulate the economy in these local communities, right? Because
I love the idea. One, it's not a prohibitive, but it's just one note. And you're aware of this, I'm sure, as well as anyone else who served. A lot of these stateside military installations have areas that are ordnance dumps.
Yeah.
So that would have to be, taken into account and off limited and monitored and all that stuff.
Yeah.
But again, it's not prohibitive, just something to bear in mind. One other piggyback on that, because there are so many facilities that are not in use on those, we could actually make essentially a consulate style courtroom out of one of the buildings on post.
Yep.
and have the judge actually go to the immigrant base rather than the other way around.
Yes.
To avoid, loss to traffic, moving around, all that stuff.
Yes.
I love the idea.
Yeah. And so it's like, I literally have been saying this for like 10 years. and it's probably been more than that. I talked about it on Facebook for a while, and I was just like, to me, it's a great way to do so many different things. You create job opportunities for veterans. You treat immigrants as human beings, because they are, and they can still work, but they work in the facilities where they are, whether they work at the PX, the commissary, the whatever. Some of those individuals come here with other skill sets already. You know what I mean? So why not utilize those skills for what they do? You know what I mean? So listen, last of the Mohica, you know how to behave here in this space because you've been here before. So don't type in all caps. Don't spam my chat. Now, if you want to have a real conversation, join this panel. I don't think that you do, right? I don't think that you do. The host must be related to Kamala. Why? Because I'm light skinned and I'm actually joyful and happy. Listen, take your haterism somewhere else. Don't be jealous, right? Find some joy in your own life. You'll be okay. Now, if you really want to have a conversation, right, and we're going to do a fact-based conversation, then you can join this panel and we'll do that. Other than that, you will eventually get muted. Just so you know.
Yeah, to answer Wanda's question, for anyone else who might be wondering, the terminology, a munitions dump is basically anywhere where live ordnance was used, which is, anywhere where they were practicing with rifle ranges, or they were doing grenade practicing, or training on any kind of firearms, or, possibly using AT-9s, which are anti-tank missiles, all those things. Sometimes the munitions, the bullet or the bomb or whatever you want to call it, sometimes those things don't go off. So
Right.
They're still technically live and not be able to be found. So those areas are set aside and they're designated for that purpose. And it's not safe to just go wandering around in there willy-nilly without knowing what you're doing.
100%. Okay, tight. My cat.
But yeah, no, I absolutely love that idea. And, not only could it employ, displaced veterans as well, but the people in Congress could earmark funding for their various districts and their various states to go ahead and refurbish these, because a lot of them have been left to, they're not quite dumps, they're not quite ghost towns, because the military does keep up on them somewhat. However, some aren't quite up to modern code and living standards. So that would also interject funding and economic stability into the local community, because they could contract that out to various people in the area. So not only does it help the immigration problem, it helps economic stability for people in the local region. So it's a win-win. There's no actual downside to it other than having to put the effort in.
So one of the things that I've been wanting to do is to find a way to kind of like write that up and think about all the different possibilities and contingencies and whatever, so to maybe get it presented somewhere for people to take a look at. I just think about I think it does so many things, and it's a real solution. Like it's a real,
yeah, and it wouldn't take a whole lot of bases either, because you can house a whole lot of people on those bases.
Yep.
So you can make it strategically relevant to the border as well.
Yep.
Like, you have a base in Southern California, you have a base in Texas, you have a base in like the Alabama, Florida area, and then you have, a couple bases in Central for, asylees that are let into the country on a temporary basis.
Yep.
Where they can go to those and have housing and then work in the local community, but at least they're being monitored, and it removes that lack of accountability and tracking. And it also makes it so that it's easier for them to get to their correct, court dates and whatnot if we're doing all the rest of that. So it's such a win-win. I would love to see that written up and positioned into a bill. That would be fantastic.
Me too. I'm not kidding. I would have to look and see how long I've talked, but it's at least 10 years I've talked about this, and why I think it would be such a good thing. And then I think the other benefit to it is being able to get other lawyers and folks to be able to kind of handle some of these cases, and and help out and kind of clear out the backlog. I don't think that people really understand that when during the first Trump administration, when POTUS came in 2017, we had 542,000 and some change immigration cases that were backlogged, so 500,000, right? At the end of that term, that number was almost 1.3 million. And more than
that's
double.
Not even counting the people that actually did get to their court dates. That's just the ones that couldn't,
that's just the
be scheduled in time, or just the overdue.
That's just the overdue. That's just the backlog. And so it's really wild to me. And to be quite frank, I believe that was intentional. I think that the idea was to set up one of the worst case scenarios for the Biden administration to inherit as possible, right? Whether it's that or a couple of other things that we won't go into. So that's just what I believe. So let me go ahead. I want to work in Betty and Jack really quickly. Betty, good afternoon. How are you? Betty, do you know you're on the panel? Betty, I sent you an invitation to unmute. Nope. Okay. All right. So I just want to see.
I don't know if you thought about it, Dani, but there's an added bonus to your plot.
What's that?
Charge the refurbished cost to the military budget, because it's still a military installation, and pull that money out of offense.
That would be a beautiful thing, would it not?
Yep.
That would be.
Except you can get that 1.5 trillion, but you got to spend 750 million on it on refurbishing bases for immigrants. That would stick in his craw so bad.
So here's one of the posts that I've put up over the years. So this one's from 2021. For years, people have asked, quote unquote, well, what's your solution when discussing immigration and border issues in America? I have consistently said the same thing, and will outline it below for you. Over 350 military installations have been closed in the U.S. Many of them remain unused and for sale. Military installations are often self-contained, and that they have housing for families and single people, commissary PX, medical clinics, hospitals, security entry exit. My immigration plan would be to, and literally this is what I put up, select the best close installation and use them for refugees and immigrants awaiting for their court dates. Hire lawyers to work these cases while offering to eliminate their student debt in return. This helps expedite the cases. Hire people from the surrounding communities to work the installation. This creates jobs and helps stimulate the community economy. Place families in the family housing on these installations, keep them together. Place the men and women in their respective barracks units for single people. Hire the refugees and immigrants for vacant positions that aren't filled by the community on the installation. Provide security. My recommendation would be veterans at the entry exit points of the installation, the same way active installations have, to prevent people from just coming and going whatever. Again, this creates jobs and takes care of our vets. This is an outline. There's lots of other details to be worked out and considered, but yeah. So like this was something that I wrote about a while back. So
you know what else that would apply to too? And I just thought about it because I volunteer for a in my local town because they need that. And they have to have that nobody knows the address to.
Oh, you're breaking up.
Yeah, I had a call coming in.
Okay.
I'm on my phone.
No worries.
But yeah, they some of the smaller installations could be used for victims of domestic violence as well, because again, they're a closed, gated system, so they'd be secure.
That would be amazing as well. Yeah.
And it could be funded through, you know, the social welfare programs that we have currently in place. Because once the refurb is done, it's just upkeep, and it's such a drop in the bucket from what we fund annually by, you know, government funding allocation.
Yep.
That it wouldn't even be a line item in a budget bill.
Yeah, I think it could be a win, and we'd love to see it. So I don't know, maybe it's something that we can, once we get on the other side of the midterms, we can do. Yeah, I even thought about homeless vets, Wanda, because like I said, many veterans have a difficulty transitioning. You know what else I would love to, and so like I'm going on a little bit of a tangent now because these are the things that I would love to see. Hey Dolphin, is so I believe that when a veteran comes into the VA system and they go to their regular VA doctor, and that doctor then assigns a condition that they believe is a direct cause or made worse by the service member's service, and they put that in the system. I believe there should be like a little box that they check that says, I believe this to be service connected, and that automatically initiates a CMP. It automatically initiates contact to the veteran to see if they want to file a claim, to do whatever. And so if the veteran, you know, does want to do that, then it automatically begins that process for them. One of the things that I found difficult, right? So it took me decades to file for my MST because you want me to file in the very system that caused my trauma. Sure.
Yeah, the advocacy level is not there. The compassion level is not there because it's the same system.
Yes. And what people don't understand is that, like, I might know in my head, oh, girl, you need to file whatever, right? But that doesn't mean I know here. If I know here, but I don't know in my head that it's safe for me to do this thing, then there's the potential to never get it done because you freeze, right? That tends to be my trauma response. My trauma response used to be fight. And then I was like, girl, that's not healthy because you can use bail money and all kinds of shit. So let's not do that. So now my trauma response is freeze. And so I know, so when I went through the process, which wasn't that long ago, I actually reached out to my battle buddy from Basic, who was there when part of it, because it was multiple, like many military women, we have multiple experiences. So anyway, but she had just filed her stuff not that long ago, right? And no, there's fight, flight, and freeze, Tough Beauty. So my trauma response is freeze. It's not fight and it's not flight. I'm not running away from anything. I'm just not moving. right? So it's fight, flight, freeze, and there's actually one more onto that. But anyway, yeah, and fawn. Thank you guys. So I think that it would be super helpful for veterans that once they are in the VA system, and that doctor, a medical professional who works for the VA, says, "Yep, this is the condition," and it sounds like, it appears like, I think it is related to their service. Then I think that they should be able to check a box in a system that sends something off to VHA or VBA or whoever, right? And initiate that review process, because beginning claims and starting claims is just, it can be very overwhelming for people, and older veterans don't know how to, they don't have access to the technology to do it sometimes. So
Absolutely. And for anyone that hasn't gone through a VA claim or a veterans disability claim or anything of that nature, the military can be very tight with holding on to their payments. They will try whatever they can to discredit your ability to be eligible for those things. So, for example, when I was ETSing, which for those of you that haven't been in, that means you're getting out of your service.
Yep.
You're done. And I told you before on our previous live that I was part of the Service Members Legal Defense Network that repealed Don't Ask, Don't Tell Congress. They actually kept me and my partner in this service for an additional year on light duty without an active MOS, just to try to catch us in doing something that was inappropriate under the UCMJ, so that they could remove the honorable characterization and benefits from our discharge. That's the kind of BS that these guys pull. So
yeah.
I totally understand your reluctance.
Yeah, it's not like, I don't think that people understand it as much as, like, if you think about like getting denied Social Security, disability. Yeah, that's the way the VA work. Like, it's not a thing. So let me tell you how grateful I was when I went to go through my CMP. For one of my instances, I'd actually gone to the hospital because my tooth had been put into my lip and whatever, because I got clotheslined after getting kneed in the back and choked. But anyway, this is so when we talk about trauma, people don't understand that your brain does what the brain believes is necessary for you to survive. That's what the brain does. It's why you can talk to someone who's been sexually assaulted or raped, and they might not remember anything but the smell or of what. They might not be able to say, oh, he was wearing this or she was wearing this, but they can tell you what it smelled like. They can, like, it's the brain compartmentalizes in a way so that you survive. And so there were parts about this that I had stuck somewhere, like in this vault. And when I was so anxious when I went to my CMP, and I'll never forget the well, you already know better, so now you just get blocked because you're being an ass. She said, "Oh, I have a star beside your name," and she was like, I just want to tell you right now, take a deep breath. I am going to ask you very little, because, and keep in mind, when I served y'all, we didn't have technology like where computers were talking to computers. There was no internet, right? My doc at that ER had taken incredible notes and she said, at first I thought surely this is a woman, because not only were there a ton of notes, but the handwriting was good. So she could read everything, the entire account, the physical injuries that were present, all the things. And she said, so she just asked a couple of things to verify. And I was like, oh my God, I forgot that part. You know what I mean? Anyway, I am lucky.
Yeah, you're spot on with the trauma response. Your brain will give you what it thinks you can handle, and it will block the rest, because it doesn't care if you're comfortable. It cares if you're breathing.
Yes.
And that is all it cares about. So it's going to do what it needs to do to make sure that happens, and it's going to say, damn the consequences on the rest.
100%.
Because like I've got my own trauma and from when I was a child, and I'm 48 now, and they found the guy who did it 6 years ago.
Oof.
And wanted me to relive all that trauma to testify. And the guy's like 2 years from being dead. So it's like, at this point, outside of justice, what's the benefit to me reliving that trauma?
Right. 100%. I hear that, know that, understand that completely. And like, so this is the thing that people, so I did a lot of, my VA therapist talks about all the work that I did before I ever got to her, because she was like, yeah, the only thing I'm good for you for is the EMDR, because you've done so much work. You have a lot of the other tools that are necessary, but beginning to understand how the brain works and the way the brain generalizes, or the way the brain deletes, or the way the brain does so many different things, in order, because its sole purpose is to keep you breathing, and that's it. Hey, Raja. And so it's just important for people to understand that it's not going to be the same for everybody. And what sounds normal or whatever for you isn't normal. Yeah, the brain's the OG computer. Yeah, Jeff, I relate to you also.
Yeah, and really, truly, normal doesn't really exist anyway. I mean, let's be honest about it. Your normal is your normal for you.
For you and for nobody else.
Yep, it's just like the universe, right? Where we see 13.8 billion, light years into any direction. But if you stand on another planet, the universe is 13.8 billion light years in another direction. So you may not see the same thing. So your normal is always relative to what your lived experience is. But one thing for anyone who's got, trauma, and most of us do to some extent, because the world is what it is. There's one thing that I've personally found with it is I can either try to understand my trauma and try to figure out what happened and how to do what I can to prevent it in the future, obviously without assigning self-blame to something that I can't control. But, did I make decisions that put me in a situation that I was unfortunately able to be preyed on? And what would I make those same decisions further? But at the same time, we can take that trauma and we can use it as fuel to fix the problem systemically.
Yeah, 100%. And I think that that's where, so a friend of mine is a forensic psychologist, and we were chatting one day, and I said, I just don't know what happens. I said, you don't understand. I said, I can see something, and I will get so angry. And it's not like an anger. It's an outrage is what it is. And I said, and I feel like in that moment, I have to, like, I've got to go live right now and talk about this thing. I don't do that as much anymore because I'm live every day. But I was like, it just feels like I have to say something. I have to address it. I have to whatever. And he said to me one day, he said, I'm glad that you actually go live the way you do. And he said, because I think that if you could not do that, something in you might break. And I thought about that, and I was like, you know what? You might be right. You might be right.
It's like a pot on the stove. You need something to release the steam.
Yes.
Right?
Yep. And it's the moral injury. It's the how dare you, because I know what it is. I know what it is to be taken advantage of. I know what it is to have someone use your kindness for weakness. I know what it is to have people do the worst, most atrocious things when you are showing up in the best possible way. And so because of that, it's what makes me have such a visceral reaction when I see it taking place. And it's what drives me to not be able to be silent or to be able to compromise. I can't look away now that I know what Gaza is, now that I know Sudan, now that I know Congo, now that I know all the things, right? I can't not say anything about those things. I have to call the thing a thing.
Absolutely. We have to use the instances of our past to fuel the changes in our future. Yeah. And that's the only way we can move forward. And I've found that it starts with being empathetic to people that have experienced similarly to yourself.
Yeah.
Because you understand, you have that visceral understanding of it. But as you start leveraging that trauma response to help people like you,
Yes.
it branches out.
Yeah.
Like I'm a cisgender white male, and I will never viscerally understand the experiences that people of color have dealt with over the centuries in the United States.
Right.
I know that.
Right.
It's just not possible. But I can empathize.
Right.
And I can sympathize, and I can learn. So I've been, following influencers of color to try to find their perspectives, and just to learn more about it. Same thing, like, none of you that haven't experienced that may not know what it was like to be growing up a member of the LGBT community in the 80s.
Not good.
Because it was not a good time.
No.
But if you've experienced any kind of discrimination in your life, it gives you that level of, hey, I may not understand in detail what was happening, but I can relate at some level. And finding that human connection is how we get out of this pit that we are in.
Yes. Yeah. I keep saying, here's the thing, folks. I keep saying that connection is the key to all of this. So yes, we need to win elections, and yes, we need better policies, and yes, we need to address the issues, and all of those things are true. And the key to all of that, and the key that I believe unlocks all of that, is connection with each other. So follow me. If all we do right now is win elections and get a progressive majority, and we don't do our work as individuals and as communities, we're going to end up fucked again. We're going to end up on the other side of this in another scenario with another form of extremism, with another exploitation, because we're not addressing the root of it all. And the root of it all is us as individuals. So I put up a quote the other day that says, so listen, as an individual, right? I am the microcosm of the earth, right? Which is the macrocosm. The earth is the microcosm of the universe, right? When we do our work as individuals, we inevitably, when we do our work to heal and be whole and do all of those things as individuals, we inevitably change the earth and change the universe. And it just, you can't. Every time one of us changes, all of us change together. And so you have to ask yourself, how are we changing? In what direction are we going? Like, it's wild to me that there will be people on the internet that will open their mouth to defend ICE killing Renee Good, to defend Derek Chauvin putting his knee on George Floyd's neck for almost 9 minutes. It is wild to me. What is that? What is that? Because I don't care who you are. I don't care. Like, if you were operating as a human being with empathy and compassion, right? If you were connected to humanity, you would understand that it's indefensible. It's fucking indefensible.
Right? That's the same reason why you can condemn both sides in Gaza right now for their actions while still supporting, a free Palestine, because, yeah, both sides did some things that were incorrect, but at the end of the day, the current response is not relevant to what happened, and it needs to stop because it's human life. And we're all people on this planet, and you're 100% right also in that November's just the beginning. It's the equivalent of us getting to first base, and we still got to round all the other three.
Oh my God, so much so. And let me just tell y'all, this is the part why. This is why people would rather be in other spaces that don't talk about these things, because people would rather stay on the surface. people would rather like not talk about the things. Well, so Scotty, what he's saying is that both sides have done horrible things, right? And so I'm just going to be direct. I do not celebrate the things that Hamas has done. I understand them, right? And I support resistance. I don't like if resistance, I don't like, nor do I know what resistance has to entail. I understand that Hamas is a response to the existence of Israel and the illegal occupation of Gaza and the West Bank, right?
Yeah, it's not a blame on the cause of conflict. It's more of a commentary on individual actions.
Right. Yeah. I keep telling y'all this. This bothers me about myself. Listen, y'all, because I believe in being transparent. I believe in being transparent. So I had to check myself when Lindsey Graham passed, because my immediate response did not make me proud. My immediate response was different, and I was like, hey, that is not who we want to be in this life. Right? I mean, I don't care to share what I said. I said, and it flew out of my mouth before I even consciously thought it. Like it flew. You know what I said? Whew, the gods favor us. That's literally what flew out of my fucking mouth. I was with my mom and I was like, oh, the gods favor us. And I was like, whoa, wait. I don't want to feel that way about someone dying.
Yeah, that's why you don't hear me talking about McConnell outside of the impact that the unknown has on voting.
Yes, exactly.
That's the only thing I bring up about him.
Yep, and it's the same reason I didn't talk about Charlie Kirk. When that happened, my only position is this: I do not celebrate it, and I do not mourn. That's it. I don't celebrate it. I do not mourn. Right. What I am against is people acting as if he was some glorious contribution to peace and kindness and all of that, because that's absolute horseshit. Right. Yeah. That's absolutely. He was a sexist, racist asshole.
Given what they're all like in those seats.
Yeah.
Honestly, the best justice that we can get is to have them be assigned to the obscurity of history in the end.
100%.
Because their whole thing is they want to be relevant, they want to be popular, they want to be loved, they want to be powerful. And if they're turned into a footnote to be used as a teaching lesson, 80 years from now about what we don't do, just like, what happened in, 30s Germany. If they're get turned into a footnote, that is the most poetic justice we could ever have.
So my mom has said, she said, I no longer desire for the person in power to leave this earth, and I don't desire for him to be in prison, because if he goes to prison, it'll be some fluffy prison where he'll still be able to be himself and be famous and be whatever, and what I mean, it'll be some plush whatever. And she said, my desire is for him to be dirt poor, and for his family to live like those that live below the poverty level in this country, and for them to need SNAP, and for them to need Medicaid, and for them to that's what she desires for them. Because
my punishment, if I could hand it out, be for them to have forced service in kitchens.
Forced service.
Like instead of being put in prison, their prison term would be forced service in soup kitchens, feeding the homeless and the hungry, fixing what they did.
Oh, see, I don't know about that, because there's so many people in those soup kitchens that would still look up to them. would still whatever. I think all of their assets should be frozen. I think that they should be dirt poor. I don't think they should be able to make money based on their name. I think all of their organizations should become charitable organizations, and all the funds have to be given to regular people. Like, just saying. Because here's the thing: I don't want to put them in a place where people are vulnerable, where they can do harm. And I don't believe that they have the capacity. So for like, I'm just being really honest. This is my own personal opinion, and I am not a psychologist, nor am I attempting to diagnose anyone. My personal opinion is I believe that POTUS is a sociopath. I don't believe that he has the ability to have empathy and compassion. I don't believe that he can feel guilt and shame. I just don't. I've never seen it. I don't believe that it is part of who he is. And I think putting that someone in places where those are skills that you need to be around other people. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think you're pretty correct in that assessment. That was a known character trait before he was put in office as well.
Yep.
And pretty much anyone who's lived in NYC has that characterization of him as well. So yeah.
Yep.
No.
Yeah, and I've read Mary's book about him. I have read the book. I'm always clear that I'm not attempting, because somebody else said he's a psychopath, and I said no, he's not. Psychopaths are smooth, and psychopaths can they can somewhat try to emulate certain emotions, even if it lacks the depth to it. He does not have that capacity, and psychopaths can be a little bit. They maneuver better than a sociopath does. It's just absent. And one of the things that I think demonstrates that is, for example, do you remember when he's standing outside the White House and a reporter asks him, this is shortly after Charlie Kirk's passing, and he's asked about Charlie, and he was like, yeah, he was a great guy. You see my new ballroom? Like, the disconnect is crazy work. Like, oh yeah, he was a great guy. He's going to be missed. By the way, did you see my brand new ballroom over there?
You talk about you being the microcosm of the universe. He thinks he is the earth.
Yes, correct. Very much so. And so, like, these are the things. So, like, if I could say anything to this community, and for those of you, so like, there are many of you all that are following me for the first time and don't know anything about me. And I've thought about that, and I've thought about, because I just get on here every day, like, doing what I do, because this is what I do every day, and I don't talk about the other things. But, like, really, this is the key to it all. So, like, for me, I don't like the politics, y'all. I will crunch the numbers, and I will come up with strategy for winning elections, because it is the means to the end. And the end for me, like, the focus for me, is improving the lives of people and helping us all get to this place where we can become the highest, greatest versions of ourselves. Is Stephen Miller a sociopath as well, or just evil? So I don't believe that anybody is just evil. Like, I don't do the whole, like, evil and good thing, because good people can do evil things, right? And what you might consider to be evil people can do good things. And the reason, so listen, I give this example all the time. There's an individual who's in his 50s, late 40s, 50s, and he's a dad of 3 kids, and he's amazing, and he leads Cub Scouts, and he is a leader in the church, and he's married and been married for 30 some plus years, and he is part of the neighborhood watch, and all of those things. And then there's a man that goes around hunting, kidnapping, torturing, raping, and killing women. These are the same person. His name is Dennis Rader. He's BTK. This is the same person. But the experience that other people have of him, who he, if you've never listened to his daughter, listen to her. It's very difficult for her to reconcile who her dad is versus her experience of him. Right?
And that's actually fairly common. I mean, look at survivors of domestic abuse, or, you know, people that have alcoholics in their family or various other things. And how many times does the community around them say, oh, we would have never guessed?
Right. That's why people go, oh, he must not have been who I thought he was. No, he was. He was who you thought he was, and this other person. We want to, again, this is what the brain does, right? The brain wants black and white. The brain wants to say, you're either this or you're either that. But that's not the way life is. Life is one big ball of fucking gray. You don't get black and white. You get various shades of gray. And there's more than 50, by the way. Okay? And so you have to stop putting people in a box. You have to stop categorizing people and saying, oh, I keep telling y'all all the time, listen, don't put me on no damn pedestal. No, thank you. Please do not. You know what I mean? Because I'm not perfect. And I have my own issues, and I have my own struggles, and I have my own places where I know good and well that I need to be doing things and I need to be doing something better. And I also am aware of my trauma that keeps me frozen. And so I do the best I can every single day based on who I am and what I know. And not what I know up here, but what I know in here. Period. And so I'm pushing myself. I've been having a little meditation time with myself the last couple of days to do even more. Notice so listen, so I have a thing that I have an issue with the words better. I don't believe that when we know better, we do better. I think when we know different, we do different. Right? And so when I say better, that means I'm judging what I did before that. You can't judge me on what I didn't know, what I didn't do when I didn't know a certain thing. I mean, you can, but fuck you too, right? Like it is about who you are, what you know, and where you are at the time, and your ability to know that here, not here. And trauma prevents a lot of it from going here to here. It just does. And I believe all of us have experienced trauma on some level. Like whether you know it or not, when you're on this device and you scroll and the next thing you see is another dead person in the street, and you scroll and the next person you see is somebody being beaten by ICE, and you scroll and the next thing you see is people being rounded up, then the next thing you scroll and the next thing you see, you know what I'm saying? All of that is traumatic. All of that is traumatic. Yes. So if you all don't know this, thank you, Invisible String. Y'all know I'm a bit of a book girl. And the perfect representation of this is this book, hold on, right here, called The Body Keeps the Score. Jeff, you familiar with this book?
That one I haven't read.
Oh my God, I'm astounded.
I will have to check it out. I have read a bunch of books similar to what I imagine that would be, but I'll definitely check it out.
This book is incredible. The Body Keeps the Score. And the body keeps the score for all kinds of trauma, not just physical trauma, but emotional trauma. And it's like if you've ever been in a horrific car wreck and you approach that same intersection, or something happens that mimics what that car wreck was like, and your whole body tenses up and you release the same chemicals into your body because your brain is like, holy shit, right? The Body Keeps the Score. And this is a phenomenal book. So I want you to keep in mind, this book was written, I don't even know, I have had it for years now. So this was 2015 is the copyright on this. So 11 years ago, right? So listen to this. I'm just going to read this first little bit for y'all. One does not have to be a combat soldier or visit a refugee camp in Syria or the Congo to encounter trauma. Trauma happens to us, our friends, our families, and our neighbors. Research by the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention has shown that 1 in 5 Americans was sexually molested as a child. Notice it did not say male or female. It said 1 in 5 Americans was sexually molested as a child. 1 in 4 was beaten by a parent to the point of a mark being left on their body. And 1 in 3 couples engages in physical violence. A quarter of us grew up with alcoholic relatives, and 1 out of 8 witnessed their mother being beaten or hit. Right, Jeff. And this is just the reported data. As human beings, we belong to an extremely resilient species. Since time immemorial, we have rebounded from our relentless wars, countless disasters, both natural and man-made, and the violence and betrayal in our own lives. But traumatic experiences do leave traces, whether on a large scale on our histories and cultures, or close to home on our families, with dark secrets being imperceptibly passed down through generations. They also leave traces on our minds and emotions, on our capacity for joy and intimacy, and even on our biology and immune systems. Brene Brown talks about this. I love me some Brene Brown, y'all. So she talks about when we numb. So a lot of times we will numb ourselves because we don't want to, right? That explains my cortisol fat, right? So a lot of times we numb because we don't want to feel extreme pain. We don't want to get hurt. And she talks about the fact that it's called the body keeps the score. And so she talks about the fact that you don't get to pick which emotions you numb. When you numb your emotions, you numb it all. So the more that you numb your ability to feel pain or shame or guilt, you also numb your ability to feel joy and love, right?
It seems like the only emotion that doesn't get numbed when that happens, though, is anger, because you get quicker to it.
Yes, because you've numbed everything else, and so we live in a society that funnels us like that. So like men, when people say men aren't emotional, yes, they are. They're just taught that they get to funnel their emotions into one of 2 things. It's either lust or anger. Men are allowed to be those 2 things and very little else. Very little else. And that is to their detriment. It makes me so upset. I think about men. I say this a lot for those of y'all who are with me frequently. I think that this society is so unfair to men because we teach them that their feelings aren't valid unless their feelings are anger or lust. That's it, right? There's a video, and I talk about this every time I bring this subject up. Do y'all remember a few years back, there's a little boy who's at the doctor's office and he's getting his vaccinations, y'all remember? And he's starting to cry, and the dad goes, "Come on, you got this. Toughen up, boy, you got this. You all right? You're all right." Remember this? And I said, "Oh my God, stop. Somebody just stuck that boy with a needle. He can cry if he wants to cry because that shit fucking hurt. Stop teaching him to take hurt and channel it into anger and toxic masculinity."
Right? There's a reason why, and it's slowly changing, right? I mean, it is slowly changing, but there's a reason why so many of us from, say, like Gen X and before have the catchphrase, "You want to cry? I'll give you something to cry about," embedded in their generational trauma.
Yes. Yeah, I brought you into this world, I'll take you out.
Absolutely.
Right? Because this is what we were taught. And I mean, so listen, y'all, like it was nothing to pull down your pants, lay on your hands, face down on the bed, and get a belt.
Yeah. Now, mind you, none of this excuses bad behavior.
Correct.
in the male side of the population. What it does allow is for us to understand where it's coming from so that we can do the work to make sure it doesn't happen in the future.
100%.
You got to own it too, though, to make that change.
Yes. You have to be willing to recognize and own your part. And so listen, when I see people nowadays, they'll say, these kids just need a good ass whipping. I got beat and I turned out okay. And my immediate response to that is, you did not turn out okay, bro. If we all were okay, the world would not look like it does.
Right? If you were okay, your first response to disciplining a child wouldn't be physical torture.
Exactly.
It would be teaching. But you're not okay because that's not your response.
Right. Right. We are not okay. You all listen. We built systems that don't feed our children. We're not okay. We built systems that prioritize profits and corporations over the lives of people. All people, mothers, children, infants, disabled, the elderly. We built these systems. We created this world. We are not okay. And to act like anything else is different, they want you to believe that that's being solved or that's socialism. That is being a decent fucking human being. And I think that this is the thing that I really want people to understand. We get to change this. We get to create something different. People ask me all the time, well, do you think you're really going to see it in your lifetime? I don't fucking know. I'm not Miss Cleo, but I know that when I leave, when I exhale for the last time, when I have completed my little death rally and I am on my way out, whenever that occurs, I will know for certain that I won't have regrets about having done what I believed was possible and done what I believed was my part to make it happen.
Not to mention that response of like, do you think you're ever going to see it change, or we're too far gone to fix it, or anything in that vein? That's a trauma response, guys.
Yep.
That's their brain shutting down and not wanting to put the work in because they've experienced trauma in that arena.
100%. You know, I'll give you guys this example. So many of you all know me or came to know me because of ballot health. Where I'm from, there is a medical monopoly that is state sanctioned, state created. And they created this medical monopoly using legislation called a COPA. And I was asked to help in some way, shape, or form. Keep the NICU that saved my grandbaby's life open. And I didn't know anything about anything. I didn't know shit about a COPA, nothing about healthcare, nothing about a NICU. I didn't know anything about anything. All I knew was two of the people that helped save Bella's life were asking me to help. And I said, okay, right? And so I went to find out. And in 5 days, I found out what a COPA is. I found out about the state legislature, who's also the chair of the Health and Welfare Committee, that, you know, who's also a vendor for the healthcare companies. I found out all of these horrific things and about how horrible it was going to be for the people back home. And it didn't matter that where I'm from is 99.9% Christian or 96% white or 86% Republican, and they probably give zero fucks about most of the things that are important to me. It didn't matter. It mattered because it was the right thing to do. And over the course of that year and a half, 2 years, like, I'd started my first little LLC, didn't know shit about shit, still don't know shit about a lot, and lost my business, car repossessed. Like, my whole life literally turned upside down because I ended up parked on a public right-of-way outside of a hospital 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for 257 days, being targeted by millionaires and billionaires, right?
And that's one of the things I like about you that I think we as a society need to get better at is you're not afraid to say the words, I don't know.
I don't know.
Because there's so much stuff I don't know. My brain is only so big and I've only been on this earth for so many years. If I can't say I don't know, I'm a liar.
Yes. Yeah, I don't know. And, you know, people will ask me because people go, what did you get? What did you get? Because they still closed the NICU. You're right, they did. And guess what? They closed it about 9 months later than they originally planned to. So there's quite a few babies that got the same level of care that my Bella got because I parked my ass outside of a public right-of-way. So Stacey Abrams is someone that I admire. And I will never forget when she lost the 2022 midterms. She said, there's different ways that we win. She said, we won because we set records for early vote turnout, right? We won because we moved the ball forward. We won because whatever. And she said, listen, sometimes when you hold the door open, you don't always get to go through.
100%. And we also have to realize that losing a contest doesn't mean that we lost the entire fight.
Right.
The loss actually is more beneficial long term because, for example, let me pose a hypothetical. You've got a ruby red district that suddenly is less than a percentage point away from flipping.
Yeah.
That gives you leverage for the person who did win. Hey, if you don't toe the line, it would only take a couple hundred votes to get you out next time.
Yep.
And that's the power that we have to learn, and we have to understand that we have as voting constituents, is that they work for us and they serve at our pleasure. And if we are displeased, then we need to tell them.
Yeah. And I can't say this in any other, I just need for y'all to understand, like, people have asked me, was it worth it? And when I tell you, there's a lot of horrible shit that came with that protest. A lot of horrible shit. And a lot of trauma. And if you lay the exact same circumstances in front of me today, I would choose the exact same thing. I would choose it all. I would choose it all. And I think that this is the place where this is about determining who you desire to be in this life and how you desire to show up. It is not about being this incredibly optimistic, woo-woo, yay, 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 just thinking everything's going to be okay. It's not that. It's about saying, I have absolutely no fucking idea if this is going to work and we're going to win. What I do know is that if we fail, this is going to bring me back to my favorite quote of all time. If we fail, it will not be for lack of effort, right? So I'll share this with y'all because this is my favorite quote of all times. It's so much my favorite quote. I created a canvas of it, and it now hangs 2 by 3 foot on my wall. And it's a quote that I learned from Brene Brown, but it came from Teddy Roosevelt. It's called "The Man in the Arena." And for those of you all that people make fun of, or they talk shit about you, or they poke fun because you still believe in doing the fight and doing the work and trying to make things better, this is a great reminder. It says, it is not the critic who counts, not the man who points out how the strong man stumbles or where the doer of deeds could have done them better. The credit belongs to the man or woman who is actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, who errs, who comes short again and again, who spends himself in a worthy cause, who at the best knows in the end the triumph of high achievement, and who at the worst, if he fails, at least he fails while daring greatly, so that his place shall never be with those cold and timid souls who neither know victory nor defeat. Listen, if you are not in the arena, if your face isn't marred by dust and sweat and blood, if you aren't fucking exhausted like I am some days, right? I have zero space for your criticisms and do not give a fuck what you have to offer. You don't like Project for the People? Give me your fucking solution. You think my plan for immigration sucks? Give me your fucking solution, right? If you can't match my effort, I don't want to hear what you have to say. And that's just the place that I had to get, because there were people like, oh, well, if you just said it nicer, people would listen more. And if you just didn't curse, people would da da da. Listen, you go do it your way. I'm doing it my way. But all I know is it will not be, because I'm not in the arena. It will not be because I'm not in the fight. And understand the fight looks different for everybody. I'm not saying that everyone should wake up tomorrow and go sit down on a public right of way and protest somebody. I'm not saying that. I mean, if you want to, holla at your girl, right? But I'm saying you got to know what part of the fight is for you. Where in the arena, what position do you play? You want to say something, Joe?
Yeah, it's, sports teams made up of multiple different people that all have a role to play. And the winning team isn't the one that has all the best people on it. Winning team is the one that has the people that understand the role that they play and work together as a group to get something bigger than the whole. And that's what we need to be as well.
Yep.
Not everybody, like you said, needs to be out doing protests. Not everybody needs to be, running for office. Not everybody needs to be, going out there and marching on DC. But everybody has a voice. And the biggest thing that we can do is figure out what is our voice.
Yeah, 100%. So I did want to just check, D and Sunflower Fish, do you guys know that you're on the panel and that you requested up? And do I have a mod that can give me a mod break just so I can refill my water? Okay, I got you, Jeff. No worries. Sunflower Fish, did you mean to request up? I'm guessing not. Same thing here. No worries. Don't worry about it. Yeah. So listen, I said this yesterday and I will continue to say it. I'm ridiculously grateful that Jeff found his way to us. Listen, Sherry, that was you and me, sis. Sherry, that was you and me. That was that very tough, very passionate conversation. No worries, Carla, that we had, Sherry, that brought Jeff here, right? And so I want people to understand that that's a benefit, right? So listen, Sherry, if you think that you came in here and you don't have a contribution that you are making, you are. Your interaction with me, your willingness to be who you are, to learn things, to be brave, to not be embarrassed, to say this is who I am and this is what I know in this moment, show me something different, right? That you showing up authentically as you, right, has impacted the lives of other people. And some people that have come in here and some people that haven't, I'm just saying. Both times. Sherry and I have had two very intense conversations. Right? Jeff said, you didn't make me a progressive, but you did lead me to Dani's space. There you go. See that? And that's the thing, right? I keep telling you all, we don't always have to agree on everything. I do believe that there are basic fundamental, I believe that there are basic fundamental things that we can agree on. And we can find ways that work to make them happen. Not fucking Sammy J coming up in here. Where you been? Where you been, Sammy J? Okay, so listen, folks, before I bring you up to this panel, do me a favor, put yourself on mute until I get to you. Okay? Spain, actually, okay, jelly, but love that you're here. I got it, Space Ranger. Give me just a second. I appreciate it. Oh, girl, don't try to lose your passport, please. Don't do that. We need you. Yeah, and listen, you're the wrong level of melanin for that shit. You cannot lose your passport. Yeah, I'm going to do this one on the panel first, and then I'll take a break real quick. So good afternoon, Orange. How are you? Orange? Orange? Oh, you didn't mean to? Okay, I got you. No worries. So let me grab, I think Space Ranger is going to do a quick mod announcement for me so that I can empty my bladder and refill my water. Awesome. Thank you so much. I'll be right back, guys.
You're welcome. Hi, everybody. Welcome to Dani's Live. If you have not sent a heart me yet, please do. Don't forget to share out the live and tap to help bring more awareness to her live. We've got to get more people in the Project for the People. I hope everybody's been going out and having those conversations. I know they're not always easy. I get anxiety talking to strangers, so I get it. I can do this right now because I can't see any of you. I hope everybody's having a beautiful day and finding their joy, because that is what keeps us going. And what gives us the reason to keep in this fight. So go out there, and even if it's a pretty cloud or a bird chirping next to you, find the joy in it. Watch those little kids running around smiling and laughing when they can. Because those are the ones, those future generations are the ones that we're there for. And don't forget to go to Dani's link tree if you guys are wanting any information that she has talked about in the past. This woman saves everything for us.
Not everything, but I do try. I do.
It feels like you save everything for us.
Yeah, I was, there's a lot, there's actually quite a bit missing that I didn't get to that I need to add. But I started adding some things the other day, so I'm hoping to get at some of the more recent things.
I will have to go back and look.
Yeah.
Because I really do appreciate everything you do for us, Dani. You give us inspiration, you give us the courage, you give us an outlet.
Well, I appreciate that. I will say this. I can't give you anything that you won't receive, or put anything in you that doesn't already exist within. All of that stuff is what you cultivate yourself, right? No, girl, I did not fall, but yeah. So just remember that, you all. I know that it's easy sometimes to forget. What's up, Dugal? The role that each of us plays as individuals, right? If you are quote unquote inspired, it's because you choose to be. There are people that come in here who are not inspired because they want to be assholes. You know what I mean? So remember that each of us has a part that we play, and I don't control you. So if you're getting any benefit, if you're doing any work, if you're feeling better, if you are contributing to society, all of those things is because you choose to, and that's amazing. So thank you for allowing me to empty my bladder and get some water.
Anytime. You can drop me now.
Thank you. I didn't call people an asshole. I said they want to be an asshole. That's describing a behavior. Got it? All right, folks. So listen, when I bring you up to this panel, put yourself on mute until I get to you. Remember that in this space, I ask for 4 things. Number 1, be respectful. Don't use slurs of any kind. Don't spam my comments. Don't type in all caps, because I have folks that are vision impaired, and all caps are reserved for those individuals and my moderators. Got it? Okay, cool. Ed, it looked like you requested and I accepted, but I don't know. It looked like it was bringing you up and then it quit. So if you meant to request, then request again and I'll bring you up. What's up, Dax? All right. I feel like we've covered a lot, but I think all the things that I wanted to mention, the Guardian article the Guardian report about the forced feeding in ICE detention camps is about the only thing that I've gotten to cover extensively so far. On that note, that Guardian article and an ACLU report about forced feeding and other forced medical procedures in ICE detention center from 2021 has been added to the link tree so that you can read it and digest it on your own as well. Okay. I'm checking really quickly. Okay. So I'm going to talk about this, but not a whole lot. And the reason why I'm not going to talk about it a whole lot is because it's relevant and it's not the largest focus for me. So I'm going to talk very briefly about this article and about this testimony from Capital One about the Trump organization. Yeah, so for me, this is definitely third circle because we can't do anything about this. However, the information can be important for second circle conversations, right? So that's how I would classify it. All right. So Capital One says that they closed accounts that belonged to the Trump organization after their anti-money laundering team reviewed those accounts. So there was a lawsuit against Capital One because it closed more than 300 of the Trump organization's bank accounts in 2021. So Capital One made the choice in 2021 to close 300 bank accounts owned by the Trump organization. And so they were sued. And on this past Friday, Capital One filed a disclosure. And what the disclosure that they filed said, hey, we want you to dismiss this case because there was no illegal debanking, nor was there a denial of services on religious or political grounds. Nope. It was because our anti-money laundering team reviewed these accounts and believed that there could be an issue, right? Maybe, right? And let me tell you what it says. Listen to this. Quote, Capital One has never accused the Trump organization of illegal money laundering, but Friday's filing argues that, quote, documents and plaintiff's own allegations make clear that Capital One closed the plaintiff's accounts for anti-money laundering reasons. The closures were the result of months of analysis and a careful review by Capital One's anti-money laundering team in accordance with bank policies and regulatory compliance, end quote. So, what Capital One has said in this statement is, we're not saying that you committed money laundering because we're not making the allegation. What we are saying is that after we did months of analysis and reviewed these 300 bank accounts of yours, right, we determined that there was enough cause to close these bank accounts so that we would be in compliance with banking policies and regulatory guidance. So it goes on to say, This article does. Capital One gave notice in March of 2021 of its plan to close more than 300 Trump-affiliated bank accounts. The Trump Organization and Eric Trump, the president's son, filed a lawsuit in March of 2025 in a U.S. federal court in Florida. And you have to ask yourself, wait, you waited 4 years to file the charges? You waited 4 years, Eric? I wonder why that is. Now, I'm going to just set this conversation over here for a second, and I'm going to pretend to be one of these individuals that we see so often. And I want you to just imagine, what if this was a woman saying that she had been essayed repeatedly in March of 2021, and she waited until her daddy was a judge or the president to file a suit against him 4 years later. What would some people be saying or speculating about the timing? Just saying, these same type of people give women shit for not making their allegations immediately. I'm just saying. So here's what it says. They allege in the lawsuit that the accounts were closed due to political reasons and Capital One's desire to benefit from the political mood after January 6th in 2021. Right, we have. So the court has tossed out 2 complaints in the Capital One case, but gave the plaintiffs opportunities each time to submit an amended complaint. And Capital One said that the latest version, filed in July, quote, suffers from the same fundamental laws as their prior 2 pleadings, end quote. Capital One said in Friday's filing that the case should be permanently dismissed and that the Trump Organization's allegations of political pretext were quote unquote misguided. The company went on to claim that the Trump Organization's assertions of quote unquote political discrimination were quote unquote based on cherry-picked quotations unsupported by the full context of the document submitted to the court. Quote, the transaction patterns identified by Capital One are among the types of activity flagged by federal banking guidance, end quote. The company also countered the Trump Organization's assertions that it should have been allowed to explain any suspicious activity. Quote, if any inquiry about the transactions or explanation of the account termination would reveal information subject to federal confidentiality obligations, federal law prohibits such disclosure, end quote. Since the start of Trump's second term, his administration has put pressure on some large banks, echoing conservative complaints that the institutions are deliberately targeting the political right. He filed a suit against JP Morgan Chase on the same grounds for discriminatory debanking, underscoring the fraught policy environment that Wall Street is navigating during the second presidential term. In 2019, Trump sued Capital One and Deutsche Bank to prevent them from sharing financial records with Congress as part of the probe that happened in Congress. Anti-money laundering professionals at Deutsche Bank reportedly flagged a set of transactions, but executives ignored them. Deutsche Bank denied the report at that time. So, why does this matter? And to what degree does it matter? And how do we talk about it if we talk about it in the context of the midterms, the country, policy, moving forward, whatever. For me, if I were running in the midterms, and I am not, if I were advising anybody's campaign for the midterms, and I'm not, I wouldn't talk about this at all. I would issue probably one statement on it, covering the points of Capital One's filings, the fact that the other two charges had been dismissed. And then I would point to the DOJ and its responsibility to address any of the issues, DOJ, FBI, whoever it should be. I would put the responsibility of this on the people whose responsibility it is. Okay. And that would be it. And the reason why is because the midterms are not about POTUS. The midterms are about Congress. So the only thing that would be relevant here is if there are members of Congress who had anything to do with this, were any way, shape, or form involved, anyway had whatever. And if that's not the case, then leave it where it is. That would be me, because what I know is that when you tend to attack, even if the attack is legitimate, the president, POTUS, that tends to rally his base, and sometimes it will create a unified front, even where people aren't unified. It will literally just be a front. Okay? And now, don't get me wrong, it's significant. It's just not significant for this moment in this time. This is something that you deal with once we get the country back on track, once we get a stable, democratic, constitutional republic with a constitution that is separate but equal in not only name and power, but in action. So I think it is important information for people to know. And if you are someone who operates in that arena, right? No, I don't think so. Invisible String. This is a newsworthy story. No, this is not a distraction. This is relevant and real, and it's a court filing, and it's important. But what I think is that the only people who should be talking about this in conversations with their loved ones or their supporters or whatever. Yes, Jeff. See? We think alike, my friend. Because what he said is this could be a Capone issue where the finances are the things that finally bring down the organization. Right? And so then it becomes valid. Yeah, and not just Capone. But that was part of how they got Gotti too. Yeah. All right. So I've done my part. And I've talked about the thing that a lot of people are talking about. And what I want to do real quick so the president, POTUS, has claimed again to be very close to a deal with Iran. And shortly after that claim was made, Iran struck another another tanker. I would just hazard a guess that that's not the thing. Yeah, closer than the last time they were close. Yeah. But I want to talk about something, because we often talk about, and we should, because we're in the U.S., right? Hey there, brothers. Hey, Baruti. We often talk about, and we should, the United States of America and its role in Israel and the genocide that's being committed in Palestine. And we talk about, and we have talked about, Project Esther and the initiative to somehow bring terrorism charges against people that are pro-Palestine or anti the Israeli government, anti-genocide, right? We've talked about that in depth. How many of you all are aware that the same thing is happening in the UK? So Sir Jonathan Porritt, who is a former advisor to King Charles III for 30 years prior to his ascension to the throne, was arrested under the UK's Terrorism Act. How many of you all did not know that a former advisor to King Charles III was arrested under the Terrorism Act in the UK over Palestine and Israel? Because that's a thing. Okay, so let's talk about it real quickly. This is very much third circle, but it's important for context and how things show up in the world globally. Okay? And I have no idea where that sound is coming from, but it's coming. I think my computer is saying, bitch, you have way too much open and going on, and you are wearing us out. I think that's what that is. Give me a second. I'm going to try to close some things out and see if that. It's so mad at me. I have too many things going on. Okay. All right. So let me give you the story. So there was a protest over Palestine Action being banned in right. See, my computer is a microcosm for my life. Yep, 100%. So Palestine Action was banned in the UK, and so there was this protest over it. And Sir Jonathan Porritt has been open about the fact that he is against genocide, and he believes that what Israel is doing right now is illegal and committing crimes against humanity and all the things. So 152 people and him were arrested for protesting while they gathered outside of the court. The demonstrators had assembled as individuals previously arrested for holding signs in Parliament Square opposing the government's prescription of the direct action group Palestine Action appeared for scheduled court hearings. This is what he said, quote, "I am a supporter of Palestine Action. Trying to save lives is not terrorism. Exposing this government's complicity in genocide is not terrorism. end quote. He put a public statement out as well, but there's a video that I shared where he says these things out loud. I'm sharing this because I want people to understand that the Zionist entity and the Zionist movement is not just dictating a lot of things here in the United States of America, but also in the UK. And that is a huge and very significant issue. The rhetoric around Israel and Palestine is important, and you need to pay attention. Bibi is working diligently to rally up that Christian nationalism, that Christian Zionism base as well. And it's important for us to know a thing, see a thing, and be able to call a thing what it is as it happens. Okay? Give me 1 second. Is this the one that I want? So the picture of he's holding a sign, and it says, "I oppose genocide. I support Palestine action." And now I'm going to read Sir Jonathan Porritt's actual statement. Here's what he says. "I am proud to say I was one of the 522 citizens arrested and charged under S13 of the Terrorism Act on Saturday, August 9th. I was there to support, this is August 3rd. Why does it say August 9th? Maybe this is on Saturday. I don't know why it says that. It's weird. Let me see when this happened, because it literally just hit the news. Yes, Jeff, they justified it because they first labeled Palestine Action as a terrorist group. So anyone that supports them is now considered a terrorist or part of a terrorist network, which is exactly what Project Esther says here in the United States. So if you have not read Project Esther, please do. It's in my link tree. I've talked about it and I continue to talk about it. And this shit is important. So what they have specifically said is they want to go after non-governmental organizations and other people that oppose the state of Israel and its action and the genocide that it is committing. And once they label it a terrorist network, then anybody that supports that group, they can then label, and in the US, our Esther Project calls it an HSN. They say that you are part of the Hamas support network, HSN. I think Home Shopping Network, but that's not it. It's Hamas Support Network is what the Heritage Foundation is wanting it to be called. Because listen, folks, when you are arrested in the United States of America under terrorism, them old civil rights you're used to no longer fucking apply. And they know that. And this is why it matters, because it's happening in the UK, and it is the plan for the Heritage Foundation here in the US. And so I want to say, okay, so this happened August 11th of 2025, and then he was just arrested again. So that's the thing. There's 2 times. So the first time there were 500 and some odd people that he was arrested with. This last time it was 150 some people that he was arrested with, just to be clear. So he's been arrested twice. The statement that I'm reading is the one that he put out in 2025 after the first time. Okay. So here's what it says. He said, I was there to support and defend our juries in its demand that the prescription of the nonviolent protest group Palestine Action should be lifted. Our alleged crime is that we were directly supporting Palestine Action by holding up a sign in Parliament Square calling for an end to the genocide in Gaza and the reversal of Home Secretary Yvette Cooper's absurd and almost certainly illegal decision to prescribe Palestine Action as a terrorist organization. Like everyone else arrested on Saturday, I'd come to the conclusion that I had no choice but to hold up that sign. The heart-wrenching pain of watching Israel's defense forces inflicting collective punishment on the people of Gaza had become literally unbearable. Over the last year, I've been to a couple of Palestine solidarity marches. I've blogged and spoken out. I've held signs outside the Old Bailey in support of the Filton 18, now 25, held on remand in prison since August of 2024 for their nonviolent protests against the most notorious of many defense establishments working with Israel here in the UK, all the time assuming that Western governments would intervene to bring an end to that indescribable suffering, to bring an end to Netanyahu's genocidal ethnic cleansing in Gaza and increasingly on the West Bank. Let me just say this. I love the fact that he has now gotten it together. I also would say that that is delusion or at best wishful thinking, because as an advisor to King Charles III for 30 fucking years, he knows good and damn well Western governments are not intervening in what Israel is doing in Gaza because they haven't intervened at all in history. Just saying, this is not rocket science. In fact, exactly the opposite has happened. Instead of pursuing the perpetrators of these outrages against international law, no, I don't think he's posturing, Marky. I think he means it. I just think that, oh, thanks, Sandy. I think the Guardians are so pretty. I think he means it. I just think that there's a disconnect, right? Because I look at what he's saying and what does he base that on? What does he base that thought that something would have happened on? Because historically speaking, there's no evidence to indicate that that would be the case. No, it's not too little. It's not too late. I'm just simply saying, I love what he's doing, but that statement about all the while he was doing this protest, he believed Western governments would intervene. My thought process is this. I can't say what the man did or didn't believe. Maybe he did believe that. My thing is that based on what? Like, you believe that based on what? Because there's zero historical evidence that Western countries are going to intervene in what's being done. You know what I mean? That would be the thing. Wild Bill, this will be your only invitation to join the panel before you get muted. Appreciate you, Sandy. So Wild Bill, if you want to come up and have a conversation about Israel, then let's do that. This will be your only invitation to do so before you get muted. So choose wisely. If you're coming, come on. I know, wasn't that pretty, Carla? 100%. Okay, so mods, if the next time, see you later, Miguel. So mods, if you see Wild Bill again, just go ahead and mute him because he's choosing not to come to the panel. Yeah, they usually do, Cortona. They usually choose silence. He said, instead of pursuing the perpetrators of these outrages against international law, the Labor government has chosen to clamp down on those protesting against the outrages through peaceful direct action. The Home Secretary's principal purpose in seeking to prescribe Palestine action is to silence protest. She knows that there is no way Palestine action can be compared with the Islamic State or Boko Haram under the Terrorism Act. And that will surely be confirmed through the ongoing appeal by Palestine Action against its prescription in the High Court. So I wanted to share this when I saw it because this is his second arrest now. And I believe it relevant because people need to be aware of what is happening not just here in the United States, but around the world when it comes to Israel, Gaza, and the West Bank. Okay. Let me look real quick. So right now, just so you know, there appears to be some frustration. Thank you, Carla. Because Iran is not willing to talk with the U.S. anymore. They are willing to only discuss potential negotiations and deals with Oman, which, you know, but this came up yesterday, and I didn't get a chance to talk about it. This is on Sunday. So this is not old news. This is yesterday's news, and this is important, so listen up. Yesterday in Gaza, Israeli forces killed at least 17 Palestinians. Despite POTUS announcing a plan he describes as a monumental step, quote unquote, towards peace and security in the region. The deaths on Sunday included 3 people killed in an air raid on a residential apartment in the Al Shasi Tower in western Gaza City. Abdullah Abu Taif, 33, his pregnant wife, Abir Anan, who's 29, and their 5-year-old son, Azam, according to medical sources at Al Shifa Hospital. So a man, his pregnant wife, and their 5-year-old were all killed in an air raid on a residential apartment building yesterday in Gaza. An attack on an apartment in Al Qarada, northwest of the city of Khan Yunis, killed 3 members of the Al Hams family: Father Mahmoud, who's 38, his wife Fatima, who's 37, and their young daughter. 3 others were wounded, medical sources at Nasser Hospital said. Kamu Abu Malik, 68, his wife Huda, 59, were killed in an attack on their home near Deir Bella in central Gaza, medics said. In the same area, 2 brothers were killed as they were riding a motorbike. In northern Gaza, a Palestinian was killed after being directly targeted in Jabalia refugee camp. And later, 2 Palestinians, one of them a child, were killed in an Israeli drone strike on a tent for displaced people in the Ramal neighborhood west of Gaza City. 4 others were killed in a strike on a vehicle in Gaza City. The Israeli attacks since dawn caused the largest daily death toll in weeks, according to Palestinian health officials. On Saturday, an Israeli attack hit medicine warehouses attached to the Al-Aqsa Martyrs Hospital in Deir Bella. Gaza Health Ministry Director General Munar al-Bursh said destroying supplies, quote, turns medicine and illness itself into a tool of war. The ministry reported 2 facilities destroyed and 2 severely damaged. Reporting from the bomb site. Bill, if you were not muted, I would ask you again to talk about how Israel is God's chosen people while I read this. Reporting from the bomb site, Al Jazeera correspondent Moath al-Khalot said saw a massive crater and said the strike came just 15 minutes after an evacuation order, damaging tents where displaced people had been sheltering and triggering a new wave of displacement. Israeli warplanes struck multiple targets over the past 48 hours, operating at low altitude without issuing prior warnings to residents, according to correspondents reporting from across Gaza. Yeah, I know, Sin. Most of the targets were residential buildings, apartments, and gatherings of civilians, which Israel says are legitimate targets because they include members of Hamas or other armed groups. Quote, The strikes came without any warning or evacuation orders for the residents living in the targeted areas. According to Al Jazeera's Noor Khalid reporting from Gaza City, last night was particularly difficult for Palestinians. There were a number of strikes targeting several areas across all parts of the Gaza Strip, end quote. On Saturday, at least 8 Palestinians were killed in Israeli airstrikes targeting various areas. And on Friday, Palestinians were also killed in separate attacks. This comes as the Board of Peace and quote unquote International Stabilization Force and POTUS announced on Friday an agreement to implement the next phase of the Gaza ceasefire, which we talked about briefly, right? Israel has not officially commented on the proposal, although Ben Gavir did, and he says it's a fucking no-go. I want for just a moment to share this image with you. I got you guys, so you can see it. This is the crater. That's the crater. Y'all know I can't play the video on TikTok, but that's the crater. In the middle of all of those tents, and you see all the tent debris in the middle of the crater. It reminds me of the other crater. Do you all remember, if you've been with me for a long time, you remember the image of the other big crater that we saw from, so there's a particular weapon that we have given to, yeah, okay, I will, Birdie, I just have to be careful so that TikTok doesn't give me a restriction. So, this is the crater. As you can see, it's in the middle of all of these tents, and this is tent debris down here. And so it's reminiscent of the crater that we saw from the weapon that evaporated 3,000 Palestinians. If you don't know what I'm talking about, can you put a 1 in the chat? If you are not familiar with the weapon, you're welcome. If you are not familiar with the weapon that evaporated literally almost 3,000 Palestinians, put a 1 in the chat for me. A lot of you aren't. Okay. So give me a second. I'm going to show you. Here we go. So let me show you. This report is from February of this year. I talked about it when it happened. The United States of America supplied thermal and thermobaric munitions that burn at 3,500 degrees Celsius. And they were used against almost 3,000 Palestinians and basically evaporated them because of the intense heat. So, trigger warning, here's the story. At dawn on August the 10th of 2024, Yasmin Mahani walked through the smoking ruins of Al Tabin School in Gaza City, searching for her son, Saad. She found her husband screaming, but of Saad, there was no trace. Quote, I went into the mosque and found myself stepping on flesh and blood, Mahani told Al Jazeera Arabic for an investigation that aired on Monday. She searched hospitals and morgues for days. Quote, we found nothing of Saad, not even a body to bury. That was the hardest part. Mahani is one of thousands of Palestinians whose loved ones have simply vanished during Israel's genocidal war on Gaza, which has killed more than, at this time, 72,000 people. According to the Al Jazeera Arabic investigation, the rest of the story, civil defense teams in Gaza, They have documented 2,842 Palestinians who have, quote unquote, evaporated, not even blown apart, evaporated since the war began in October of 2023, leaving behind no remains other than blood spray or small fragments of flesh. Experts and witnesses attributed this phenomenon to Israel's systematic use of internationally prohibited thermal and thermobaric weapons, often referred to as vacuum or aerosol bombs, capable of generating temperatures that exceed 6,332 degrees Fahrenheit. The figure of 2,842 is not an estimate, but the result of grim forensic accounting by Gaza's civil defense. Spokesperson Mahmoud Basel explained to Al Jazeera that teams use a quote unquote method of elimination at strike sites. Quote, we enter a targeted home and cross-reference the known number of occupants with the bodies recovered. If a family tells us there were 5 people inside and we only recover 3 intact bodies, we treat the remaining 2 as evaporated only after an exhaustive search yields nothing but biological traces like blood spray on the walls or small fragments like scalps, he added. The investigation detailed how specific chemical compositions in Israeli munitions turn human bodies into ash in seconds. Vasily Fatagarov, a Russian military expert, explained that thermobaric weapons do not just kill, they obliterate matter. Unlike conventional explosives, these weapons disperse a cloud of fuel that ignites to create an enormous fireball and a vacuum effect. Quote, to prolong the burning time, powders of aluminum, magnesium, and titanium are added to the chemical mixture, and this raises the temperature of the explosion to between 4,532 degrees Celsius, Fahrenheit to 5,432 degrees Fahrenheit. We sold them the weapons, y'all. We made the bombs. Just let me be clear. According to the investigation, the intense heat is often generated by tritonol, a mixture of TNT and aluminum powder used in the United States made bombs like the MK-84. So Israel has repeatedly used MK-84 bombs in Gaza, killing dozens of Palestinian civilians. They can destroy buildings and kill people hundreds of meters away. So what I'm going to do really quickly, and you guys please do what you can to protect the live, is share this image so that you can see what I'm talking about. This is the US made 2,000 pound bomb that we give to Israel. It's the MK-84. This is the crater. One second. Dr. Manur Albersh, Director General of the Palestinian Ministry of Health in Gaza, explained the biological impact of such extreme heat on the human body, which is composed of roughly 80% water. Quote, the boiling point of water is 212 degrees Fahrenheit. When a body, so listen, y'all, they give it in Celsius and then they put Fahrenheit in parentheses. And so, yeah, Zena was on Friday, Butters. So I'm just doing Fahrenheit because we're in the US. Quote, when a body is exposed to energy exceeding 3,000 degrees combined with massive pressure and oxidation, the fluids boil instantly. I'm going to repeat that. When a body is exposed to energy exceeding 3,000 degrees combined with massive pressure and oxidation, the fluids boil instantly. The tissues vaporize and turn to ash. It is chemically inevitable, end quote. The investigation identified specific U.S. manufactured munitions used in Gaza that are linked to these disappearances. The first is the MK-84 Hammer. It is a 2,000-pound unguided bomb packed with tritonol. It generates heat up to 6,332 degrees Fahrenheit. The Blue 109 Bunker Buster, used in an attack on Mawasi in an area Israel had declared a safe zone for forcibly displaced Palestinians in September 2024. This bomb evaporated 22 people. It has a steel casing and a delayed fuse. It buries itself before detonating a PBXN 109 explosive mix. This creates a large fireball inside enclosed spaces, incinerating everything within reach. Next is the GBU-39. This precision glide bomb was used in the Al Tabin school attack. It uses the AFX 757 explosive. Quote, the GBU-39 is designed to keep the building structure relatively intact while destroying everything inside. It kills via the pressure wave that ruptures lungs and a thermal wave that incinerates soft tissue, end quote. Basel of the Civil Defense confirmed finding fragments of GBU-39 wings at sites where bodies had vanished. Israel has precision-guided missiles. The GBU-28 weighs 5,000 pounds. The GBU-27 weighs 2,000 pounds. The GBU-10 weighs 2,000 pounds. The GBU-31, 32, and 38, they weigh between 5 to 2,000 pounds. The GBU-12, 49, 500 pounds, and the GBU-39 is 250 pounds. Legal experts said that the use of these indiscriminate weapons implicates not just Israel, but also its Western suppliers. Quote, this is a global genocide, not just an Israeli one, said lawyer Diana Butu, a lecturer at Georgetown University in Qatar. Speaking at the Al Jazeera Forum in Doha, Butu argued that the supply chain is evidence of complicity. Quote, we see a continuous flow of these weapons from the United States and Europe. They know these weapons do not distinguish between a fighter and a child, and yet they continue to send them, end quote. Buti emphasized that under international law, the use of weapons that cannot distinguish between combatants and non-combatants constitutes a war crime. Quote, the world knows Israel possesses and uses these prohibited weapons, end quote, Butu said. Quote, the question is why are they allowed to remain outside the system of accountability, end quote. Like I said, we talked about this at length back in February when this report first came out. And so I'm just reminded of it again when we look at the bombings and the crater that was left over the weekend. I want to look really quickly. That's what they're called. So I'm going to share this with you all just so that you understand. The Caterpillar bulldozers that we send to Israel is just like the one that ran over Rachel Corrie. But you can actually see in what we funded to Israel. Let me see if I can find the article for you. So this is an article from March 1st of 2025. This one happens to be from CBS, but you can find plenty of them. So all I want you to do is Google U.S. sells 2,000-pound bombs to Israel and Caterpillar bulldozers. When you do that, you're going to see in early 2025, we approved another major arms sale to Israel. And so this article happens to be from CBS News about the sale, but listen to this. This was March 1st, 2025. The Trump administration has approved a major, nearly $3 billion arms sale to Israel, bypassing a normal congressional review to provide the country with more of the 2,000-pound bombs that it has used in its war against Hamas in Gaza. In a series of notifications sent to Congress late Friday, this is March 2025 again, the State Department said it had signed off on the sale of more than 35,000. Hold on now. Holy jeez. In a series of notifications sent to Congress late Friday, the State Department said it had signed off on the sale of more than 35,500 MK-84 and Blue 117 bombs and 4,000 Predator warheads worth $2 billion. This administration sidestepped Congress in March of 2025 to sell 35,000 of these bombs that are evaporating Palestinians. Palestine has no fucking army. You tell me how this is anything other than a genocide. Tell me how this is anything other than a war crime. I'm going to read it again. In a series of notifications sent to Congress, the State Department said it had signed off on the sale of more than 35,500 MK-84 and Blue 117 bombs and 4,000 Predator warheads worth $2.04 billion. The State Department approved Israel's purchase of Caterpillar D9 bulldozers and related equipment for an estimated cost of $295 million. And deliveries by the Irving, Texas-based company are expected to begin in January of 2027. They're giving them more. Israel's going to get them in. So listen, if these things are going to be delivered to Israel in fucking December, in January in 2027, tell me how we believe at all that Israel wants a ceasefire, because they don't. Do you need me to open it? Hold on, y'all. What do you have?
Oh, we just wanted to bring you something to show you, just because.
Oh,
Necklace, bracelets.
thank you, Sissy.
Paris really thought that you would love this purple and this.
She would be correct.
Yeah.
Thank you, Sissy.
Appreciate you.
I have your thingamajigger too, but I'll send it to you. Girl.
What is that? It's all sponge.
Yes.
It's like,
Well, thank you. I love it. Tell Bear Bear I said thank you. Oh, I made sure that they looked up her schedule and she got it in homeroom when she went. And somebody walked her up there.
yeah, they called this morning saying that the kids were like tardy. They were like late.
Yeah, and I'm like, no, your fucking bus didn't come.
Yeah, that's what I said. I was like, you guys told the children 1:10. It was another bus that came. So she and Dominic Sierra
I'll handle it if they're not.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right. Thank you, sis. Love you, mean it. So my niece, we all live fairly close to each other, and so they brought me gifts. I love that. Anyway, let me finish this part right here. The Defense Security Cooperation released a statement confirming a munitions sale to Israel for an estimated cost of $675.7 million. Repcon USA, located in Tampa, Florida, the Boeing Company, located in St. Charles, Missouri, will manufacture the equipment, which is estimated to be delivered to Israel beginning in 2028. So we got some equipment coming in 2027. We got some equipment coming in 2028. So I need for y'all to understand what this means. There is zero plans to de-escalate shit in Israel. So really, really quickly, there are quite a few folks that are, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, there's 5 of you all that look like you've requested to come up. Could you do me a favor and check down at the bottom? If your little people down at the bottom are not pink and blue, that means that you have requested and you are in the queue. If you meant to request up, give me some sort of heart or something. Yes, Yvonne, I will. So I know to bring you up. But I just want to be clear about this, folks. If we are selling 35,000 more bombs that evaporate people to Israel, if we, oh, come on, Shelby, please join this panel. I would love to talk to you. Come on, Shelby. I listen. I will be nice, even to someone who is a bigot. And if Shelby does not come up to this panel, you guys go ahead and block Shelby. Okay. In that same statement, Secretary of State Marco Rubio said in a statement that he had, quote, signed a declaration to use emergency authorities to expedite the delivery of approximately $4 billion in military assistance to Israel. So can someone explain to me why Israel needs $4 billion of military assistance in March of 2025 against folks that don't have a fucking military? He also noted that the Trump administration has so far, keep in mind, you all, this is a year ago. This was within 3 months. This is March 1st. Within less than 3 months, within 2 months of this administration, the Trump administration had approved nearly $12 billion in foreign military sales to Israel. No, this article, y'all, is from March of 2025. The ceasefire didn't happen until October of 2025, or the so-called ceasefire, because y'all know didn't shit cease. Listen, if you all have not ever seen prior military folks, there's one gentleman that I've seen. He specifically talks about the fact that the United States of America gives weapons to Israel that we know it's illegal for us to use, right? Because they will use it. And so we test out our weapons that are illegal through Israel according to people who have been involved, and that was their job to do. There matter? And what do we need to know? Wow. So, how many of you guys are familiar with AFSC, American Friends Service Committee? They are located in Pennsylvania. They actually have a list of companies that profit from the Gaza genocide. And it says the companies listed here have provided Israel with weapons and other military equipment used in its attacks on Gaza, the West Bank, Lebanon, and Syria since 2023. The first one is AeroVironment, publicly traded in the U.S. weapons. The next one is Agilite, which is a private company located in Israel. Category is high tech. Ampoint AB, which is another private company located in Sweden called high tech. This information right here, I'll put it in the link tree for you. You're welcome. Give me 1 second. Y'all, it's almost time for the kiddos to get home. So Mila can tell me about her first day of kindergarten, and Bella can tell me about her first day. I'm excited. Okay, so I'm going to pull this down. It will be in, it's directly below the newest section of ICE documents and right above the flock letter from Congress. Cam. So give me a second. Shit. Now I got to figure out which browser I was in. This one. Okay. Got it. Love that. Okay. So next was Aimpoint AB, which is a private company, high-tech company in Sweden. These folks are under airlines, shipping, and logistics. So folks that, this part are folks that are benefiting because they are either airlines or shipping or logistics. You ready? Oh no, they get out early and they go back early, and they also have like several big breaks built in. So AM General, U.S. company, weapons. Amazon, U.S. company, high tech. That's interesting that it's the tech part that Amazon is a part of. Anyway, BAE. So if you all don't know what BAE is, that is gosh, their name back home used to be Holston Defense Company, but BAE is it's an army. BAE Systems, it supports the Department of Defense and federal agencies around the world. They do all different types of things. Sometimes they blow shit up. Yeah. Boeing, also. Caterpillar is the bulldozers. Celebrite is a high-tech Israeli company. Cisco, y'all know who Cisco is. Colts Manufacturing, which their category is weapons, publicly traded here in the U.S. Coresight AI, high-tech Israeli company. Day and Zimmerman, private U.S. company, weapons. DJI, private company, China, weapons. Elbit Systems, publicly traded, Israel, weapons. M10 Carmiel, Israel, weapons. Flyer Defense, private, U.S. Ford Motor Company, category, weapons. That's interesting. So now I needed to click this because I needed to read more. Under the Ford Motor Company, it says a U.S. automaker whose commercial pickup trucks are armored and then retrofitted for the IDF by AM General, the company that was listed up above. Oshkosh and Plasan. The Ford Super Duty F-350 XL pickup truck, for example, serves as the basis of Plasan's Sandcat light armored vehicle. On December 6th, a U.S. cargo plane delivered Sandcat vehicles to Israel. Wow. Well, damn. And this is linked to a post from the Israeli Ministry of Defense. And it says the 200th cargo plane carrying military equipment for the IDF has arrived in Israel. Over 10,000 tons of military equipment were delivered since the beginning of the war, including armored vehicles, armaments, personal protective equipment, medical supplies, ammunition, and more. And this is dated December the 6th, 2023. Wow. And then Jews for Peace responded back and said 200 cargo planes, where are our military capabilities? Where is our invincible army? Is our Israel fragile to this level to be in need for all that support? It's just Hamas militants. Wow. Talk that shit. Wow. Crazy. General Dynamics, also U.S. company, weapons. General Electric, also U.S. company, weapons. General Motors, also U.S. weapons. So General Motors provides engines and transmission units for multiple vehicles used by the Israeli military, including the Flyer 72 and all-terrain vehicles of the Z series made by IAI. Israel buys GM parts using U.S. taxpayers' money, even for vehicles made in Israel. Well, damn. So now this is something I want to dig into. Ghost Robotics, private company in the U.S. Google I need to hold on. I'm just going to throw this into a search real quick. I'll be down. Well, this is true. So, Project Nimbus, which is the contract shared between Google and Amazon, Google actually expedited access to its Vertex AI platform for the IDF. What the fuck? The more I learn. So in October and November of 2023, Google received, accelerated, and granted an urgent request from the IDF to expand the Israel Military Ministry of Defense, to expand its use of Vertex, a Google service that allows users to apply AI algorithms to their own data. In March of 2024, the Israeli military signed a consulting contract directly with Google to expand its access to Google Cloud. Throughout 2024, Google processed several additional requests by the Israeli military for increased access to its AI technologies, including the Gemini generative AI language model. The Israeli military also used Google Photos facial recognition features as part of its mass surveillance of Palestinians in Gaza during the war. Since 2021, Google has been providing cloud services to the Israeli government under Project Nimbus. It's a $1.2 billion contract it shares with Amazon. It provides cloud services to all branches of the Israeli government, including the military, the Israeli Security Agency, Shabak Shin Bet, police and prison service, weapons manufacturers, Israel Aerospace Industries in Raphael, and government agencies related to Israel's illegal settlement enterprise in the occupied West Bank. Google's contracts with Israel do not include the company's standard terms of use. Instead, they give the Israeli government total discretion over what Google products it can use and how it uses them. In April of 2024, Google fired more than 50 employees who protested the company's activities in Palestine/Israel. In February of 2025, Google's parent company, Alphabet, lifted a ban on using its AI tools for military purposes, such as developing weapons and surveillance tools. Wow. Hyundai. How do y'all say Hyundai? However the fuck you say the car, whether you say I drive a Hyundai, right? That company, the heavy industry side of it in South Korea, also. So Hyundai is the world's largest shipbuilding company. I did not know that. That's what I thought it was, Hyundai. the world's largest shipbuilding company and a major heavy equipment manufacturer. Hyundai makes track excavators and other machinery that have been used to demolish Palestinian homes in the occupied West Bank. On January 3rd, for example, a Hyundai excavator was used to demolish a Palestinian family's home in Jebel Mukabir, a predominantly Palestinian neighborhood in occupied East Jerusalem. Honeywell, they're huge. I gather, Jeff, I didn't know. Honeywell is one of the world's top 100 arms producing companies. They made about 13% of its revenue from military applications as of 2022. Infinidome, which is a private high-tech Israeli company, Israel Aerospace Industries, J.C. Bamford Excavators Limited, L3 Harris Technologies, which is a publicly traded weapons company in the U.S., Leonardo, which is in Italy, and it doesn't even say type or category. It just says Leonardo. It is Italy's largest weapons manufacturer. Why the fuck does Israel need all these weapons if all you want to do is live in peace? Leupold and Stevens, also a weapons company. Lockheed Martin, of course, is on this list, also a weapons company. Mercedes-Benz Group, AG. Microsoft, also on this list. Next Vision, Nordic Ammunition, Northrop Grumman, Oshkosh, which is weapons. Palantir, also on here. CEO Alex Karp has been a vocal supporter of Israel. In November 2023, he stated, quote, "I am proud that we are supporting Israel in every way we can." Listen to this. In January 2024, this language is important. Palantir held its board meeting in Israel and entered into a quote-unquote strategic partnership with Israel's Ministry of Defense to help Israel's quote-unquote war effort. That strategic partnership bullshit, y'all know that comes from Heritage Foundation. So listen to this. In October of 2024, Norway's largest asset manager, Storebrand, divested its Palantir shares worth $24 million due to concerns that Palantir's work for Israel might implicate Storebrand in violations of international humanitarian law and human rights. So this particular Oshkosh that I'm talking about is a specialty truck manufacturer that's headquartered in Oshkosh, Wisconsin. And they manufacture the hulls for Eaton, which is Israel's newest armored personnel carrier. It was operated for the first time in the ground invasion of Gaza. Not Rolls Royce on here. Puff up. Y'all, I just want to say this. Listen to this. I'm just going to count the companies that are on here that are all weapons. So this one, U.S. weapons. I'm not doing high tech, just weapons. This one, U.S. weapons. This one, United Kingdom weapons. This one, U.S. weapons. This company, U.S. weapons. That's 5. This one, U.S. weapons. That's 6. And I'm not doing Israel's weapons, just anything that's not Israel. This one, U.S. weapons. This one, U.S. weapons. This one, U.S. weapons. This one, U.S. weapons. I'm now up to 10. This one, U.S. U.S. It doesn't say. Sorry. This one, South Korea weapons. This one, U.S. weapons. This one, U.S. weapons. This one, U.S. weapons. This one, Germany weapons. That's 15. This one, U.S. weapons. This one, U.S. weapons. This one, U.S. weapons. This one, Germany weapons. This one, Germany weapons. This one, Germany weapons. This one, U.S. weapons. This one, U.S. weapons. This one, U.S. weapons. This one, U.S. weapons. That's 25. This one, U.S. weapons. This one, German weapons. This one, Japan weapons. This one, U.S. weapons. That is fucking 29 companies from multiple countries. 25 companies, 29, I'm so angry. 29 companies from multiple countries benefiting from the genocide in Gaza because they have something to do with fucking weapons. I didn't even outline the AI, the high-tech ones or anything else. All I did was talk about the weapons ones. Don't you dare sit here and tell me that you believe that Israel desires peace. Because when you desire peace, you do not buy and get that many fucking weapons. Hey, Norway, that's not a thing that happens. And from the UK, from Germany, from South Korea, from China, from the US. This is just like the foreign minister from Jordan said. Let me ask you real quick as I wrap this up. I'm going to get off of here in 7 minutes, folks. 7 minutes. So let me just say this. How many of you all have never heard the clip from the foreign minister of Jordan about, so Birdman, this list is all companies that are benefiting from the genocide in Israel. I put the link to it in my link tree. If you're not familiar with the video from the foreign minister of Jordan saying that they desire peace and that they would guarantee Israel safety, put a 1 in the chat. So this comes from, it was Jordan's foreign minister, Aman Safadi, and he announced that 57 Arab and Muslim nations are willing to guarantee Israel's security. And he only asked for 3 things. 1, they would stop illegally occupying the West Bank and Gaza. They must withdraw from Gaza and the West Bank. 2, Palestine would be an independent sovereign state that must be established with East Jerusalem as its capital. And then in exchange, all Arab and Muslim countries would fully accept and normalize relationships with and guarantee the security and the peace of Israel. So listen to it. This is what he says. I'm going to share this.
G-Fiber's network is built to stay up even when the power goes down, but your home's router is another story. That's why G-Fiber offers 300-day backup.
Okay,
No
Gigi's
Wi-Fi.
almost done. Give me 1 second. Birthday kindergarten. Yes, girl. You had a good day? I love that. Can I have a hug? Oh, I love this. Also, what? You went to the lunchroom?
He said what?
Wow. In the cafeteria? I know. Look at that. I see you with the sticker. Do I know what, baby? What were you trying to see, baby?
I was trying to look for Pete the cat.
For Pete the cat?
Yes,
Oh, they had people that had Pete the cat today?
yes. But also, Pete the cat
Gave you a snack?
Yes.
Did you bring me one? No. Okay.
Did you see what you got?
Mila, did you make a friend today? Yeah? What was your friend's name?
And I forgot his name.
You forgot him name? Is this what he looks like? No? Oh, you were just coloring it? Okay. I gotcha. Okay, girl, let me finish up. Okay? I'm almost done. I know. I thought you said 4, but give me 1 second. Because I'm almost done. All right, here we go. Okay. Let me play this for y'all. Here we go. Listen. By the way, this is from a year ago. Yes. I don't know. So this was Jordan's foreign minister saying the 57 Muslim and Arab nations would guarantee of a Palestinian state, right? And that's it. What, baby?
We had PE and then recess.
You had PE and then recess. Oh, girl. So what did you think? Okay, you can tell me all about it in just a second. Did you like your new school? Yeah. Do you like your teacher?
So I was in octopus bus.
Oh, you were? I love that. Okay.
And I saw Bella within the bus.
I know you did. You got to ride the bus with your big sister? Yeah. So
But I was sitting down in the bus so lonely. But I know there are like some friends can like still talk to me.
yeah. I'm almost done, okay?
And when we was trying to get off the bus, I saw Bella and then I was like doing this.
Were you trying to wave at her so she would know it was you?
Yes.
Super excited. But yeah, so I've played this clip numerous times. Literally, if you just Google like FM Jordan guarantees Israel safety, the whole video comes up. Yes. I have to boil noodles. Remember, mommy didn't bring noodles. So when I'm done, I can boil them, but mommy didn't bring any noodles. Thank you guys. CM, you get one opportunity to join the panel before you get muted. I'm just saying. Yeah. No. Bella, they had spaghetti at their mom's yesterday, and so she brought leftover sauce here, and Bella wanted spaghetti, but she brought sauce, not noodles, to go with the sauce. So I have to boil noodles to go with the sauce. I don't even know if there is such a thing as the MAGA Italian Egyptian. I don't know. Yeah. Okay. So listen, folks. Just to reiterate, so that everyone understands, it is clear that there is no intention on the part of Israel to achieve peace. They don't want it. They're not preparing for it. In fact, they are preparing for the exact opposite. If I were Palestinian and I were in Gaza and the West Bank, and I learned that another 35,000 bombs were coming that way, along with more weapons and bulldozers, and they were going to be being delivered. They were going to start being delivered again in 6 months, and then another section that were going to start being delivered again in 2028. It would make it clear to me that they have no desire and no intention of ending the illegal occupation of Gaza or the West Bank, and that Israel has no intention for peace. You don't buy 35,500 bombs if you intend to have peace, unless you mean peace by committing a genocide. Okay. All right. So listen, folks, I've got to run. It is time for these kiddos, right? Even if it's not your money, 100%. It's really important. If you are not already following me across the socials, I am at the Dani Cook across the socials. You can absolutely listen to the podcast. The new episode will go up today. Please make sure that you are following the podcast on whatever platform, whether you listen on Google Play, Spotify, Apple Podcasts, wherever you listen, it's out there. It's the Dani Cook Show. There will be new episodes, one a week on the podcast. So make sure that you go and listen. You can listen to the old ones now, download and share them so that you get ready for the new one that's coming today. Thanks, Kirschwalk. Jeff, appreciate you, my friend. As always, appreciate the Danikins, the likes, the shares, the all the things that you all did. Right. I appreciate you guys. Don't forget, if you have not already signed up for Project for the People, make sure that you do that. We will meet again next Thursday. And yeah, that's it for today. Love y'all, mean it. Take care of yourselves. And we got work to do. 92 days until the midterms, people. Peace.